Chapter 1. The Curtain Rises. Welcome to the Twilight of Thought. Take a deep breath. Let your shoulders drop. Let the noise of the day melt behind you. For the next few hours there is nowhere to be, nothing to do, except listen, think, and wonder. Tonight, we begin a journey through the mind, a soft descent into paradox, illusion, and contradiction. But this is no ordinary journey. It's a wandering without destination, a drift through thoughts that never quite settle. Let us begin with a question so simple, it feels almost absurd. Can a single idea quietly dismantle everything you believe to be true? This is the power of a paradox. It doesn't yell, it doesn't force, it whispers, and that whisper, if you follow it, can open a trapdoor under your entire worldview. But what exactly is a paradox? A paradox is a statement, idea, or scenario that seems self-contradictory. It resists logic, yet somehow demands it. It can be logically valid and still make no sense. Or it might highlight that the very logic we trust has cracks in its foundation. Think of paradoxes as mirrors, angled just oddly enough that when you look in, you don't quite see yourself. You see an echo, a ghost, a version of the world that almost works, but doesn't. And in that gap, in that sliver between what is and what cannot be, you begin to think differently. Paradoxes exist everywhere, in language, in physics, in morality. Some are ancient, like Zeno's paradoxes from 2,500 years ago. Others are born of modern science, like Schrodinger's cat, or the paradoxes of quantum observation. And some you've lived without even realizing. This video is not about finding answers. It's not about solving anything. It's about dwelling in the space where meaning collapses, where two opposites are both true and neither one can win. It's in that space, between sense and nonsense, that something magical happens. Your mind opens. Not in the way a door opens, but in the way a night sky opens after the clouds drift away. You may begin to feel small, or vast, or both at once. That's normal. You may find yourself questioning things you've always taken for granted. The stability of time, the reliability of memory, the idea of self, the idea of reality. Also normal. You might even fall asleep. And that's more than okay. In fact, it's perfect. These thoughts aren't here to keep you awake. They're here to accompany you into sleep, to gently loosen your grip on waking life, to be the slow current that carries you somewhere deeper. But first, we need to set the stage. The human mind is, in many ways, a paradox itself, capable of abstract reasoning, storytelling, empathy, invention, yet trapped within the limited experience of a single lifetime. We navigate the universe with a brain shaped by evolution for survival, not truth. So when we ask the big questions, who am I? Why am I here? What is this place? We're using a flawed tool to explore infinite terrain, a compass made of fog, trying to find the edge of the map. And yet we try. And in trying, we discover paradoxes, ideas that feel like glitches in the simulation, puzzles that seem to know we're watching. Here's a small one to begin with. Can you be certain that anything exists outside your own mind? If your thoughts are the only thing you ever directly experience, then everything else, this voice, this room, the stars, even your own body, could be imagined. A dream inside a dream. And yet, the mind itself cannot be touched. You can't hold it. You can't see it. You can't even be sure where it begins or ends. That's a paradox. Here's another. Can a thing be both itself and not itself at the same time? Some philosophies say yes, some sciences say maybe, and some thinkers have spent lifetimes circling that question like moths around a lantern. What you're about to hear over the next few hours is a collection of such questions. Some will be gentle, some will twist, some will echo things you befelt in quiet moments, when the world seemed just slightly out of sync. But all of them will leave a mark, not a scar, more like a fingerprint on glass. A little trace of wonder, waiting to be seen in the right light. As we begin this journey, I invite you to listen slowly. Let the ideas drift over you like waves. Pause when you feel the need. Breathe. Take your time. There is no destination, only exploration. The first true paradox we'll encounter tonight is one of the oldest, one that lies at the root of so many questions about identity, responsibility, and existence. It's the question of choice, of freedom, of whether your life belongs to you, or whether you are merely playing a role already written. Let's step quietly into Chapter 2, the Paradox of Free Will. You wake up in the morning, stretch, and decide to make coffee instead of tea. It feels like a choice. It feels like your choice. But what if it wasn't? The paradox of free will asks a haunting question. If everything that happens has a cause, are you really in control? Let's begin with a story. Imagine a river. It winds through mountains, curves around trees, and crashes into rocks. Its path feels wild, unpredictable, alive. But if you zoom out, far out, you begin to see something different. The river's shape is determined by gravity, by geology, by history. Now imagine your life as that river. You feel free. You make choices. You feel responsibility. But every choice you make has causes. Genetics, environment, memory, culture, trauma, neurons, chemistry, millions of silent forces, all pushing the river of your mind. This is determinism, the belief that every event, every thought, every action has a cause. That if you knew all the variables, you could predict everything, including what you'll eat tomorrow or who you'll love next. But if everything is caused, then what is left of freedom? Some scientists go even further. In one famous study, researchers used brain scans to detect decisions several seconds before participants became aware of making them. The brain decides, then the conscious mind catches up, like a narrator, not a driver. This challenges the core of personal identity. If I'm not choosing, who is? And yet, the opposite idea is just as strange. Imagine a world where choices weren't caused, where thoughts appeared randomly, without reason. That's not freedom. It's chaos. So here's the paradox. If your actions are determined, you're not free. But if they're random, you're still not free. Free will seems to require a third path, a way for the self to cause action without being caused. But what is that self, and where does it live? Philosophers have argued over this for centuries. The compatibilists say we can be both determined and free, that freedom isn't about escaping cause, but about acting in ways that reflect our values, our reasons, even if those reasons have causes. The libertarians, in the philosophical sense, not the political, argue that true freedom must exist, and that we have some mysterious power to choose beyond causality. The hard determinists reject it all. They say free will is a comforting illusion, useful for society but false in reality. Religion, too, has struggled with this paradox. How can people be held morally accountable if their actions were predetermined? And if God knows everything, including the future, how can we choose otherwise? But maybe we're looking at it wrong. Maybe freedom is not an on-off switch. Maybe it's a spectrum, a sliding scale of awareness, reflection, and intention. Maybe we are neither puppets nor gods, but something in between. And perhaps that's where beauty lives, in the struggle, in the illusion of choice that feels so real, we live and die for it. Because even if free will is a dream, it's a dream that shapes reality. It inspires art, justice, regret, and hope. We punish wrongdoing, we celebrate bravery, we forgive weakness, all because we believe people could have chosen differently. But if they couldn't, does it matter? This is the paradox's quiet sting. If no one chooses, is anyone to blame? If you couldn't have acted differently, are you still responsible? And if you're not responsible, what becomes of meaning? These are not questions to be answered. They're questions to be felt, to be carried, to be whispered into the dark as you drift into sleep. So as you lie there, eyes closed, breath slow, ask yourself, What did I choose today? And why did I choose it? Did you choose this video? Or did it choose you? And what would it mean if both were true? Let S carry that question with us as we move into the next segment, a thought experiment where your entire reality might be artificial. Chapter 3. The Simulation Hypothesis. Take a look around. The walls, the ceiling, the shadows. Listen to the hum of your surroundings. Feel the texture of the blanket, the weight of your body. It all seems real. It feels solid, familiar. But what if it's not? What if everything you're experiencing right now is just data? Let me introduce you to the simulation hypothesis, a theory that suggests that you and the world around you might be part of a highly sophisticated simulation, a kind of cosmic video game, and the more you think about it, the less far-fetched it begins to sound. The idea exploded into public awareness in the early 2000s, when philosopher Nick Bostrom published a now famous paper titled, "Are You Living in a Computer Simulation?" In it, he proposes a trilemma, 3 possibilities, but only one can be true. Civilizations never reach a level of technology where they can simulate conscious beings. Civilizations that do reach that level choose not to run simulations. Civilizations that do reach that level do run simulations, and if they do, the number of simulated minds could vastly outnumber real ones. If the third is true, then statistically speaking, you are more likely to be one of the many simulations rather than one of the rare originals. It sounds outrageous. Until you consider how close we already are. Think of how far video games have come in just a few decades. From pixelated blocks to photorealistic open worlds. From 2-dimensional screens to immersive VR experiences. Artificial intelligence is improving rapidly. Machines can now create music, mimic voices, generate realistic faces. Given enough time, it seems plausible that a sufficiently advanced civilization could simulate entire conscious beings, perhaps even entire universes. And if they could, why wouldn't they? They might do it for research, for entertainment, for nostalgia, or maybe to explore how their own ancestors lived, just like we run simulations to study climate or galaxies. In that case, you may not be a person in the traditional sense. You may be code, your memories, your desires, your very self, an elaborate illusion, rendered moment by an unseen machine. But if that's true, then what is reality? Here's where things get truly unsettling. Because if you're in a simulation, then everything you've ever known, history, science, even death, may only apply within the rules of that simulation. And those rules could change. What appears to be natural law might just be system parameters. Gravity, time, physical constants, arbitrary settings, like difficulty levels in a game. The stars might be painted backdrops, the ground beneath your feet, virtual scaffolding. Even consciousness itself might be an emergent property, a side effect of complex code, not a divine or biological spark. This doesn't just challenge our understanding of the universe, it destabilizes the very notion of truth. If we can't trust our senses, our memories, or our scientific laws, what can we trust? Some thinkers say this doesn't matter. Even if we are in a simulation, this is still the only reality we have access to. It behaves consistently. We can study it, learn from it. It's real enough. Others say that this uncertainty opens up spiritual questions. Is the simulator a god? Are we part of its dream? Can we reach beyond the simulation to find its creator? And still others say it doesn't matter at all. Life still hurts. Love still moves us. We still live, fear, hope, and die. Does it make a difference if the world is made of atoms or algorithms? But here's a more personal question. Would you want to know? If someone offered you proof, irrefutable, undeniable, that your world was artificial, would you accept it, or would you choose to forget? And if you already knew, would you even remember? It's worth noting that this isn't just science fiction. Some of the world's most brilliant minds, including Elon Musk and even physicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, have taken the idea seriously. They suggest that the odds we're in base reality, meaning the original unsimulated world, are very, very small. So if you find yourself staring at a digital clock, wondering why its digits feel too perfect, or noticing that déjà vu happens too often, or that coincidences feel a little too convenient, maybe that's your code glitching, or maybe it's your mind trying to poke through the walls. But whether this is real or rendered, whether your memories are born or programmed, one thing remains. You're here, listening, thinking, existing. And perhaps that's all that matters. So take a breath. Let the question sit, unanswered. Let your awareness drift through it, like a feather on a current. Because next, we'll go even deeper. If the simulation hypothesis seems wild, imagine this. Maybe you're not even in a body at all. Maybe you're just a brain, suspended, disconnected, dreaming. Let's step into Chapter 4, the brain in a vat. Close your eyes. Now picture this. Your body has vanished. There are no arms, no legs, no face, no spine. Only your brain remains, floating gently in a container of nutrient-rich fluid. Electrodes extend from your gray matter, feeding you every sensation you've ever known. You feel warm. You hear birdsong. You remember your name. It's all simulated, but none of it is real. This is the thought experiment known as the brain in a vat, a modern reimagining of age-old philosophical skepticism. Its roots go back to René Descartes in the 17th century. Descartes asked a powerful question: what can I know with absolute certainty? He realized that all his senses could deceive him. He could be dreaming. He could be hallucinating. He could be, he mused, tricked by a malicious demon feeding him illusions. Centuries later, philosophers updated that demon with wires and computers. Instead of an evil spirit, imagine a supercomputer simulating your entire experience. Your brain alone is being fed digital impulses, convincing you that you have a body, a history, a world. Everything you've ever seen, heard, or felt could be artificially induced. But if that were true, how would you know? This is the paradox. You couldn't, because any test you devise would rely on your senses. And if your senses are part of the illusion, then so are the results of the test. Touch the table. It feels solid. Look at your hand. It seems real. But all of it could be programmed. Just outputs in your neural theater. This idea has haunted philosophers and scientists alike. It raises the ultimate question of epistemology. How can we know what we know? If perception can be faked perfectly, then it cannot be trusted as evidence of reality. The brain in a vat also echoes in modern culture. Think of the Matrix, where humans live in a simulated world while their real bodies lie dormant. Or Inception, where layers of dreams blur into each other until nothing is certain. But here's the unsettling twist. This might not be a fantasy. In neuroscience, we know that the brain doesn't experience the world directly. It only interprets signals. Light hits your eyes, but your brain constructs the image. Sound vibrates your eardrum, but your brain composes the melody. The outside world never enters your consciousness, only its translation. So in a way, we are already brains in vats. Our skull is the vat. Our senses are the wires. Our experience is a model, not the raw world. That is the real punch of this thought experiment. It is not just a science fiction story. It's a description of how you live right now. And that leads us to strange territory. If you can't know whether your world is real, what should you believe? Some argue that we must accept what works. If you touch fire and feel pain, it doesn't matter whether fire is real or simulated. It still burns. This is the practical view. Others take a more radical stance. If reality is unprovable, then all knowledge is suspect. Maybe truth is subjective. Maybe existence is just a mental loop with no outside. And then there are those who find freedom in this uncertainty. If nothing is certain, then everything is possible. You can reinvent yourself endlessly. You are not trapped by a singular truth. You're free to explore all truths. But maybe the most haunting idea of all is this. What if you're not alone? What if other brains are floating in neighboring vats, each dreaming its own reality? Do they exist? Can you communicate? Or are you, in the end, utterly alone in your fabricated world? Take a moment to reflect on that. It's easy to dismiss this idea when we're awake, alert, grounded in sensory detail. But at night, when you're drifting off, when the walls dissolve and memory blurs, the boundary between dream and waking, between real and imagined, feels much thinner. Maybe right now you're not lying in bed. Maybe you're not even human. Maybe you're a signal, a ripple of thought in a machine that never sleeps. But if that's true, does it make you less real, or just differently real? Whatever the answer, one thing is clear. Reality is more fragile than it seems, and the line between what is and what is perceived is more blurred than we care to admit. So as you let your eyes soften and your mind slow, let go of the need to be sure. You don't need to know what's real. You just need to experience it. And now, let's drift further, away from perception and into motion, into a space where even the act of movement becomes impossible. Chapter 5. Zeno's Paradoxes. Imagine this. Achilles, the swift-footed warrior of Greek legend, is in a race. Ahead of him is a slow-moving tortoise. To be fair, Achilles gives the tortoise a head start. The race begins. Achilles runs fast, but by the time he reaches the point where the tortoise began, the tortoise has moved a bit farther. Achilles keeps running, but every time he reaches where the tortoise was, the tortoise has moved again. According to this reasoning, Achilles will never catch the tortoise. Absurd? Absolutely. But this is the heart of one of Zeno's paradoxes, proposed in the 5th century BCE, and it has haunted thinkers for over 2,000 years. It's not that Achilles can't catch the tortoise in reality. Of course he can. The paradox lies in how we think about time, space, and motion. Zeno of Elea was a philosopher who loved pushing logic to its breaking point. His paradoxes were designed to defend the ideas of his teacher, Parmenides, who claimed that motion is an illusion. To modern ears that sounds ridiculous, but Zeno was clever. He didn't argue directly, he used logic to trap you. Let's look deeper at the Achilles paradox. To reach the tortoise, Achilles must reach the point where the tortoise started. Then he must reach the point the tortoise moved to while Achilles was running. Then the next, and the next. This creates an infinite sequence of steps. No matter how small the steps become, there are always more, an infinite number. So how can you finish an infinite number of steps? Zeno says, you can't. Therefore, motion is impossible. Of course, we know this isn't true in the physical world. Runners catch tortoises, arrows fly, cars move. But the paradox doesn't vanish. It simply shifts into the realm of mathematics and philosophy. The solution, in part, came centuries later with the development of calculus. Mathematicians like Newton and Leibniz showed that you can add up an infinite number of ever smaller pieces, as long as they shrink fast enough. So Achilles does complete an infinite number of steps. But the total time or distance remains finite. The paradox is resolved mathematically. And yet, something still feels strange, because the idea of infinity isn't natural to us. Our minds weren't built to process the infinite. We think in terms of beginnings and ends, of steps and sequences. When infinity enters the room, our intuition quietly exits. Zeno knew this. He was pointing to the blind spots in our understanding, how logic and experience can diverge, how our own thinking might trick us. Another of his paradoxes, the dichotomy, goes even further. To move from point A to point B, you must first go halfway, then halfway of the remaining distance, then again, and again. This creates an infinite number of divisions. So motion, again, appears impossible. It's like trying to fall asleep. The more you think about falling asleep, the more impossible it seems. Every moment feels like the next step on an endless staircase. But eventually, you do fall, even if your mind insists on infinite steps. That's the power of paradox. It splits your thoughts in two. Logic on one side, experience on the other. Motion happens, but logic says it shouldn't. So what is motion really? Is it a smooth flow or a sequence of positions? In physics, we often treat it as continuous. But at the quantum level, things get fuzzy. Particles don't move like marbles. They blur, jump, or simply exist in probabilities. Maybe motion isn't what we think. Maybe Zeno glimpsed something deeper, a hint that time and space are not infinitely divisible, but granular, like pixels in a screen that seems smooth, but is made of countless tiny dots. So tonight, as you lie in bed, feel the stillness, or rather, the illusion of stillness, because the Earth is spinning. The solar system is hurtling through the galaxy. At the atomic level, your body is alive with motion, and yet, you feel calm. Sometimes, the most profound motions are the quietest, and from one infinite journey, we now move to another, a place that is never full, yet always occupied, a place where logic folds in on itself like a magic trick with no end. Welcome to Chapter 6, Hilbert's Infinite Hotel. Imagine a hotel, a grand, endless hotel with an infinite number of rooms. Each room is numbered, 1, 2, 3, and so on, forever. Now imagine this hotel is fully booked. Every single room from 1 to E is occupied. Not a single vacancy. And then, a new guest arrives. You might think the hotel manager would have to turn them away, but this is no ordinary hotel. This is Hilbert's Hotel, named after the German mathematician David Hilbert, who dreamed up this delightful paradox to illustrate the strange nature of infinity. And in Hilbert's Hotel, there's always room for one more. Here is how it works. The manager simply asks every guest to move to the room one number higher. The guest in room 1 moves to room 2 to room 3, room 3 to room 4, and so on. Now room 1 is empty, and the new guest can check in. That's already strange, but it gets weirder. Suppose an infinite number of new guests arrives, an endless line stretching beyond the horizon. Can the hotel still make space? Yes. The manager asks every current guest to move to the room twice their current number. Room 1 moves to room 2, room 2 to room 4, room 3 to room 6. This leaves all the odd-numbered rooms open, infinitely many, for the new guests. In a finite world, this sounds like madness. But in the world of infinity, it makes perfect sense. Hilbert's Hotel is not about real hotels. It's about how infinity doesn't follow normal rules. In our everyday lives, 10 plus 1 = 11. But with infinity, plus 1 = and plus, still. Infinity breaks arithmetic. You can remove infinitely many things and still have an infinite set. You can add infinitely many and still have no increase. This has baffling implications for math, physics, and even theology. The paradox shows us that not all infinities are equal. The set of natural numbers, 1, 2, 3, is infinite. But the set of real numbers between 0 and 1 is more infinite. How? Because real numbers are uncountable. You can't list them without missing some. This was proven by Cantor, another mathematician fascinated by the infinite. He developed a whole hierarchy of infinities, some bigger than others, some countable, some not. Hilbert's Hotel is a gentle introduction to that madness. But beyond math, it forces us to rethink space, time, and possibility. If the universe is infinite, how many versions of you might exist? If time loops forever, how many times will this very moment happen? If reality has no limits, what then is special about this specific experience? Hilbert's Hotel also reveals something haunting. Even in a place with endless capacity, you can still feel alone. An infinite hotel can hold infinite guests, but it cannot prevent emptiness. The rooms might be full, but the experience of being in one, alone, can still feel profoundly quiet. So tonight, imagine this hotel as your dreamscape. Endless corridors, timeless halls, every door containing a version of yourself, some familiar, some strange, all quietly existing, just a few steps out of reach. And when you dream, maybe you're simply walking from one room to another. Maybe your mind, too, is a hotel, an infinite set of thoughts, beliefs, and memories, some occupied, some forgotten, some still waiting for you to arrive. Take your time. There's no rush. The rooms aren't going anywhere. And now, from the endless hotel, we journey into a stranger idea, where every version of reality exists, not just in imagination, but in actuality. Prepare to split, infinitely. Coming up, Chapter 7, The Many Worlds Interpretation. Picture this. You wake up one morning, and as you're deciding what to have for breakfast, coffee or tea, you pause. You go with coffee. But in another version of that morning, another version of you chose tea. Not in your imagination. Not as a what-if. In a separate, parallel universe. And both versions of you are real. This is the premise of the many worlds interpretation, a radical idea from quantum physics that reimagines reality not as a single branching timeline, but as an ever-dividing ocean of possibility. To understand how we got here, we have to step into the weirdness of quantum mechanics. At the tiniest level, atoms, particles, quantum fields, the world doesn't behave like the one you see around you. It's uncertain, probabilistic, and counterintuitive. In the quantum world, particles can exist in multiple states at once. A single electron can be in two places. A photon can act like a wave and a particle simultaneously. This is known as superposition. But when we measure the system, when we look at it, it snaps into a single definite state. The wave function collapses. This is the famous mystery of the observer effect. So what causes this collapse? Why does possibility become reality the moment we observe? That's where the many worlds theory offers a different answer. Proposed by physicist Hugh Everett III in 1957, the many worlds interpretation says, the wave function never collapses. Instead, all possible outcomes happen. Each one plays out in its own branching universe. When you decide between coffee and tea, the universe splits. One version of you drinks coffee, another drinks tea, each unaware of the other. This isn't just true for breakfast. Every quantum event causes a split. A radioactive atom might decay, or not. A photon might pass through a slit, or reflect. And every time, reality branches, infinitely, endlessly. It's a staggering idea, a cosmos not of one universe, but an ever-growing multiverse, where every choice is made, every path is taken, every version of you exists somewhere, somehow. You, brave and quiet. You, loud and reckless. You, who left your hometown. You, who never did. You, who clicked on this video. And you, who didn't. But this isn't just science fiction. It's a serious interpretation in the world of quantum physics, though not without controversy. Some physicists love its elegance. It avoids the mystery of wave function collapse. Others criticize its unprovability. If we can't access these other universes, how can we ever confirm they exist? Still, the philosophical implications are immense. If every choice splits reality, does choice mean anything at all? In one world you fail. In another you succeed. In one you find love. In another you don't. But if all outcomes occur, are you responsible for any of them? It's a new kind of free will, one in which you don't choose between paths, but instead create all of them. You are not a single person walking a single road. You are a web of lives, a chorus of selves. And here is the mind-bending part. All of these other yous are as real as the one experiencing this moment. You just don't remember being them. Each copy has its own consciousness, its own sense of continuity. From the inside, each feels like the only one. Maybe memory is what keeps us grounded in one world. Or maybe it's a filter, shielding us from infinity. In fiction, this idea has inspired everything from sci-fi thrillers to slow-burning dramas. Characters explore timelines, meet alternate versions of themselves, make choices that ripple across dimensions. But perhaps the real message of many worlds isn't about science. It's about humility. Because if there are infinite yous, then you are not special, but you are also limitless. Every dream you've had,
someone has lived it. Every regret, someone has avoided it. Every what if is answered somewhere. Take a breath. You are not alone in your choices. You are not trapped by your past. You are one thread in an ever-branching tapestry. And tonight, as you fall asleep, maybe you'll drift sideways, not into dream, but into another world, where a different choice was made.
And if you wake tomorrow and feel something subtly shifted, maybe, just maybe, you're not quite the same you who pressed play. Now, let's explore what it means to be you at all. Because what happens when the parts of something change completely, but the name remains? Chapter 8. The Ship of Theseus. A ship sails across the sea. It's old, but sturdy, a vessel of memory and meaning. As time passes, the ship's wooden boards begin to rot. So one by one they're replaced. A new plank here, a new mast there. Years go by, and eventually, every single part of the ship has been replaced. It still looks the same. It still carries the same name. But not a single original piece remains. So here's the question. Is it still the same ship? This is the Ship of Theseus, one of the oldest philosophical paradoxes, dating back to ancient Greece. At first glance, it seems like a trick of language, a thought game. But the more you sit with it, the deeper it gets. Especially when you realize it's not just about ships, it's about you. Because your body is always changing. Your skin renews itself every few weeks. Your bones regenerate over years. Even your memories fade and shift. Biologically, the you that existed 10 years ago is almost entirely gone. So, are you still you? And if so, what is you? Let's break it down. The Ship of Theseus paradox is about identity over time. It asks, what is it that makes something the same, even when all its parts change? Is it the physical materials, the shape, the name, the history, the function? Or is it something more abstract, like continuity of purpose? Some argue that the ship remains the same because it follows an unbroken thread of identity. It's repaired gradually. Its function remains. Its story is intact. Others disagree. They say, if none of the original parts remain, how can it still be the same object? Surely it's a copy, not the original. And then the paradox deepens. Imagine someone takes all the old, discarded pieces of the original ship and rebuilds them, plank by plank, into a full vessel. Now we have two ships, one made of original parts and one with continuous history. Which is the real Ship of Theseus? Some say both, some say neither. And some say the question itself reveals the flaw in how we define identity. Now, bring this back to the self. You're made of cells, but you're not just cells. You have memories, but memory is fallible. You have personality, but that too can change. So what anchors your sense of self? What makes you feel like the same person you were last year or yesterday? Perhaps it's the illusion of continuity. A story your brain tells itself. I am me. Perhaps it's consciousness itself, a light that stays on, even as the room is redecorated. Or perhaps identity is more like a river than a statue. Not fixed, but flowing, always changing, but always becoming. Some thinkers see this as freeing. If you're not fixed, you can grow. You can reinvent. You are not bound by the person you were. You are always under construction. Others find it unsettling. If there's no solid core, who's steering the ship? In modern thought, this paradox echoes in discussions of AI and cloning. If you copied a human brain into a machine, every neuron, every thought, would the machine be you? Or a new being? What if you scanned your entire mind and uploaded it into a digital world? Would you still exist? Would there now be two of you? These are not distant sci-fi problems. They're philosophical questions knocking at the door of real technology. And they all circle back to Theseus's ship. Because in a world of constant change, biological, digital, emotional, how do we know what stays the same? Here's one idea. Maybe identity is not about parts. Maybe it's about relationship. The ship is Theseus's because of its role in a story, because it carried people, weathered storms, became a symbol. Even if the wood changes, the meaning persists. And maybe you are defined not just by memory or biology, but by your connections, your relationships, your intentions, your place in the world. Maybe the self is less of a thing and more of a process of becoming. So tonight, as you drift off, think of yourself not as fixed, but as fluid. Not as a vessel filled once, but a ship always sailing, always remade. And when you wake, you'll be someone new. Not completely, not entirely, but just enough. Coming up next, what happens when that someone new splits, literally, across time and space. Chapter 9. The Twin Paradox. Let's imagine two sisters, twins. Identical in every way. They were born seconds apart, shared their childhood, their dreams, their DNA. But one day, something separates them. Not an argument, not geography, but a journey through time. One twin boards a spaceship. She travels far into space, close to the speed of light. The other stays behind, grounded on Earth. Decades pass. When the spacefaring twin returns, she has aged only a few years. But her sister, wrinkles have softened her face. Her hair is streaked with silver. A lifetime has passed, and the twins, once mirror images, are now a paradox. This is the famous twin paradox, a thought experiment drawn from Einstein's theory of special relativity, which shows us that time isn't absolute. It bends, it stretches, and it depends entirely on how fast you're moving. It's not fiction, it's not a trick of math, it's real. Let's break it down gently. In everyday life, time feels uniform. A second is a second, a minute. We live in what seems like a shared flow of moments, all synchronized. But in the realm of physics, especially at speeds approaching the speed of light, time behaves differently. Einstein proposed that the faster you move, the slower time passes for you, relative to someone who remains still. This effect is called time dilation. It's not just theory, it's been measured. Astronauts on the International Space Station age very slightly slower than we do on Earth because they are moving faster and are subject to weaker gravity. The difference is minuscule, but it exists. In the twin paradox, this effect is exaggerated. The twin on Earth stays in one inertial frame, unchanging, relative to Earth's gravity. The twin in the spaceship, however, moves at immense speed, changing frames when she turns back to return. That shift breaks the symmetry between them. The result? She experiences less time. What's fascinating is that both twins feel normal. Time flows normally for each of them. But when they reunite, their clocks and their bodies tell a different story. That's the paradox. Two people born together, now separated by age. It feels like science fiction, but it's a reality of relativistic physics. The laws that govern time are not fixed constants. They're flexible, relative, and sometimes deeply unfair. But the paradox doesn't stop there. It forces us to reconsider the idea of simultaneity. If time passes differently depending on your velocity, then what is now? If one twin sees a supernova explode and the other sees it moments later, who is right? Maybe time isn't a river, flowing from past to future. Maybe it's a landscape, a whole terrain, stretched out and waiting, and we are each walking different paths across it, at different speeds, seeing different landmarks. This isn't just a curiosity for physicists. It reaches into our understanding of life, of aging, of identity. What does it mean for one twin to experience 10 years, while the other experiences 50? Do they still share the same now? Are they still the same people they were? And what if the traveling twin left behind not just her sister, but her family, her child, her planet? Could she return to a world that has forgotten her? The paradox has inspired countless stories, many of them bittersweet. A pilot ventures into deep space to save humanity, only to return to find centuries have passed. A soldier signs up for a mission and comes back to a different civilization. The personal cost of time dilation can be profound, but perhaps it also offers something beautiful. In a way, the twin paradox reminds us that time is not a cage. It's not the unbreakable chain we think it is. It can be stretched, slowed, warped, and maybe that means our experience of life, too, is more flexible than we believe. Maybe moments can be savored longer. Maybe awareness itself is elastic. So tonight, as you rest, imagine that your bed is a spaceship. You are gently accelerating through the fabric of space-time. Around you, the stars spin silently. On Earth, time trickles past. But for you, it slows to a whisper. And when you wake, perhaps the world will be just a little older. Or perhaps you'll arrive in a time that isn't your own. Which brings us to our next paradox. Because if we can bend time, what happens when we travel back and change it? Chapter 10, The Grandfather Paradox. Time travel. The idea has haunted human imagination for generations. We long to correct mistakes, revisit lost loves, witness forgotten histories. We dream of going back to moments of joy or tragedy or change and doing it all differently. But what if changing the past unravels the future? What if your very existence becomes impossible? Welcome to the Grandfather Paradox. It begins with a simple idea. Suppose you build a time machine and travel into the past. Once there, you accidentally, or deliberately, prevent your grandfather from meeting your grandmother. Perhaps you distract him that night, or worse, you eliminate him altogether. Without that meeting, your parent is never born. And without your parent, you are never born. But here's the catch. If you're never born, then you couldn't have traveled back in time to interfere. So your grandfather does meet your grandmother. Your parent is born, and so are you. Which means you can go back and stop it all, which means you can't. And round it goes. This is the paradox. It's a contradiction born from the act of interfering with causality. If changing the past prevents your existence, then you couldn't have changed it. But if you didn't change it, then why did you travel back? The grandfather paradox is more than a sci-fi plot twist. It strikes at the heart of how we understand cause and effect. Time, as we experience it, is one way. A cause's B, past, leads to future. But time travel breaks that chain. So what are the possible solutions? One is consistency. The idea that the universe prevents paradoxes. If you go back in time, everything you do is already part of history. You can't change anything in a way that contradicts the present. You're not altering the past, you're fulfilling it. This is known as the Novikov self-consistency principle, and it suggests that time has a kind of built-in immune system. It resists contradiction. So maybe you do go back. Maybe you try to stop your grandfather, but something always prevents it. The gun jams. The conversation goes differently. Fate nudges you away from paradox. Another possibility is the multiverse solution. In this version, traveling back creates a new branch of reality. You stop your grandfather, and in that branch, you are never born. But your original timeline continues untouched. There's no contradiction, just a divergence. This connects to the many worlds interpretation we explored earlier. Every time-altering event spawns a new universe. So paradoxes are avoided, not by prevention, but by proliferation. And then there's a third, more unsettling solution. Time travel is impossible, at least into the past. Nature forbids it, not because we lack technology, but because logic itself cannot accommodate the consequences. In this view, time is like a film reel. You can move forward, frame by frame, but you can't rewind. But physics hasn't ruled out backward time travel completely. Einstein-Weiss general relativity allows for the possibility of closed, time-like curves, paths through space-time that could loop back on themselves. In theory, you could ride such a curve and return to an earlier point. And in quantum mechanics, some interpretations suggest that retrocausality, effects influencing causes, is not only possible, but necessary. So we're left with mystery. And that's what makes the grandfather paradox so enduring. It's not just about time. It's about identity, responsibility, existence. If you could change the past, would you? And if you did, would it still be your past? Or would you become a stranger to your own story? Some storytellers use the paradox to explore regret. A character goes back to save someone, only to lose themselves. Others use it to explore fate, the idea that no matter what you do, some events remain fixed. But maybe the real power of the paradox lies not in the science, but in the feeling, the aching desire to undo pain, to rewrite what was written, to reach back into the river of time and change its course. But perhaps the lesson is this: the past, like the stars, shines only because it is distant, out of reach, fixed in the sky of memory. So tonight, as you rest, let go of what cannot be changed. Let the paradox remain unanswered. Let time flow forward, gently and patiently. And if you could go back, perhaps you'd simply sit beside your grandfather. Say nothing, and listen. Coming next, a paradox where something seems to come from nowhere. A story with no beginning. Chapter 11. The Bootstrap Paradox. Imagine this. You're a scientist, walking through the quiet shelves of your university's dusty library. You stumble upon a weathered notebook, filled with formulas, theories, and designs for a revolutionary invention. You study it, you build it, and after years of work, it changes the world. Later, you time travel to the past. While there, you leave the same notebook in the same library, so your past self can find it, just as you did. But then, who wrote the notebook? You didn't invent the knowledge. You found it. And your past self didn't invent it either. She also found it. The information has no point of origin. It exists because it exists. That's the Bootstrap Paradox, a loop in time where an object, idea, or piece of information is passed back and forth with no clear beginning. Like a story with no author. Like a circle, where cause and effect fold into each other. The name comes from the phrase pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, doing something seemingly impossible. And that's what this paradox is, a thing creating itself. Science fiction loves this idea. A musician receives a mysterious melody from the future. He records it. Decades later, someone travels back in time and plays it for him, inspiring the composition. So where did the melody come from? Or a man hands his younger self a watch, saying, "You'll understand one day." The younger man treasures it, grows old, and passes it on to his younger self. Objects with no beginning, events without a cause. In storytelling, the Bootstrap Paradox is poetic, but in physics, it's problematic. It defies causality, the idea that every effect must have a cause. In a bootstrap loop, the cause is the effect. The loop sustains itself, but there's no starting point. So what does science say? Some interpretations of time travel, like those allowed by general relativity, AUS, closed time-like curves, dawn to rule this out. They say that as long as the loop is self-consistent, it doesn't contradict itself, it might be allowed. If the notebook was never written by anyone, but always existed in the loop, then the timeline remains logically consistent. Strange, but possible. The Novikov self-consistency principle suggests that the laws of physics might prevent any contradictions. So you can travel back in time, and you will fulfill your role in the loop. But you can't change anything. You can only preserve the paradox. That's one way to keep time from tearing itself apart. But it also raises deeper questions. If something exists only because it was copied, does it really exist? If no one ever invented the melody, or wrote the notebook, or designed the machine, can we still call it knowledge? Or are we just watching echoes of something that never truly happened? Here's where things get existential, because bootstrap paradoxes don't just apply to objects or ideas. They apply to you. What if a person was caught in a causal loop? What if you were born, raised, and then traveled back in time to become your own parent? Yes, it sounds absurd, but that's the kind of loop we're talking about. In fiction, stories like this explore identity in strange, often heartbreaking ways. A character discovers he is his own father, or that she gave birth to herself. Time becomes a mirror, folding back on itself, reflecting not just events, but people. And once again, we're left asking, where did it begin? There's no answer. That's the point. The paradox lies not in the logic, but in its circularity. It traps you not in confusion, but in continuity. This can feel disturbing. We're used to stories having beginnings. We crave origin. We want to know where things come from. But what if some things just are, not born, not made, just looped? In some ways, the Bootstrap Paradox is a metaphor for belief. My belief gives rise to yours, which gives rise to mine. An echo chamber of causality, where the origin fades and only the repetition remains. And perhaps that's not always a flaw. Maybe in a universe this vast, not everything needs a beginning. Maybe some stories are circular by design. Take a moment. Think of a memory that shaped you. A story you tell yourself about how you became who you are. Are you sure it has a beginning? Or has it been looping in your mind for so long, you've forgotten where it started? Let that question echo in the silence. And now, from circular truth, let's move to something more dangerous. A sentence that cannot be true and cannot be false. A paradox with teeth. Chapter 12. The Liar Paradox. There's a sentence, just 4 words long. You've heard it before, maybe in a riddle book, or in a late-night conversation that took an unexpected philosophical turn. This statement is false. It seems innocent enough, maybe even playful, like a logic puzzle dressed in simplicity. But stare at it long enough, and it starts to stretch your mind in 2 directions at once. Because if the statement is true, then what it says must be the case, that it's false. But if it's false, then it isn't false, which would make it true. And there you are, caught in a loop. Neither side settles. Each conclusion flips itself over into its opposite. And you're left with a question not about facts, but about meaning itself. This is the liar paradox, one of the oldest, strangest, and most haunting riddles ever conceived. It goes back more than 2,000 years. The Greek philosopher Epimenides is often credited with its earliest form. All Cretans are liars, he said, as a Cretan. If he's telling the truth, then he must be lying. But if he's lying, then Cretans aren't liars, so he must be telling the truth. And the circle begins again. Later, the paradox would be refined into its most compact form. This statement is false. A self-referential trap. A verbal snake eating its own tail. You don't need complex mathematics to feel its weight. Just language, just logic, just a willingness to follow the thread. And that's what makes it so unsettling. It shows you the limits of language, not in its grammar or vocabulary, but in its very structure, in its capacity to hold truth. Because what the liar paradox reveals is that even the tools we use to make sense of the world, statements, logic, reason, can sometimes break when they fold in on themselves. We like to think of truth as something solid, a fixed point, something we can build on. But the liar paradox suggests otherwise. It suggests that truth, at least in language, can be unstable. That a sentence can be perfectly clear and still be impossible to label as either true or false. That meaning can exist, without resolution, and that alone is enough to keep you up at night. But it gets deeper, because the liar paradox isn't just a sentence on a page. It's a mirror, a reflection of your own mind, of how you use language, of how you define truth, of how you build beliefs from words, stacking ideas like blocks in the sky, never quite sure how high you can go before the tower starts to sway. We use language not just to describe the world, but to build ourselves. You say, I am kind. I am not good enough. I'll be okay. I never lie. But what happens when your statements about yourself contradict what you do, or how you feel, or what you want to believe? What happens when you say things you don't mean, or mean things you can't say? You become a living paradox, a mind that talks to itself, unsure whether to trust its own voice. A person who wonders whether truth is something you find or something you invent. And this is the quiet power of the liar paradox. It takes you beyond logic. It shows you the strange territory where logic and emotion collide, where your need to understand meets your need to belong, where your desire for truth meets your fear of it. You say, "This statement is false." But what you really mean is, "Can I trust what I think?" And sometimes, the answer isn't clear. The liar paradox also lives in your relationships. When someone says, "I'm lying," what do you believe? When someone says, "I love you," but acts with distance, what do you believe? When a system says it is fair but excludes certain voices, what do you believe? Truth, in these moments, becomes complicated, not because it doesn't exist, but because it resists simplicity. The liar paradox reminds you of this, that some truths are not binary. They're not clean. They're not meant to be pinned down like butterflies in a case. They move. They breathe. They ask you to hold two things at once: the desire to know, and the humility to admit you might not. There are ways to solve the liar paradox in formal logic. Philosophers and mathematicians have proposed rules, layers of language, hierarchies of statements, systems that prevent self-reference. They try to fence in the contradiction, to create safe zones where every sentence must speak about something other than itself. And in technical systems, this helps. But in life, we don't get that luxury, because we are constantly reflecting on ourselves. We are creatures of mirrors. You tell stories about who you are. Then you ask if the story is true. Then you change the story. Then you wonder if that version is just another lie you're telling yourself to feel better. You are statement and interpreter, speaker and listener, author and reader, all at once. And that's not a problem. That's what makes you human. So maybe the liar paradox isn't meant to be solved. Maybe it's meant to be sat with. Like a koan in Zen practice, a riddle designed not to be answered, but to break your attachment to certainty, to invite you into stillness, into not knowing. Because there's a freedom there. When you stop needing every sentence to be true or false, you open a space for something else. Curiosity, compassion, presence. You can listen without judging, speak without proving, think without resolving. And you begin to see that life, too, is a paradox. You are a being of contradiction. You want love, but fear vulnerability. You seek meaning, but resist change. You crave truth, but wrap it in stories. And through it all, you remain aware, still watching, still wondering, still here. So tonight, if your thoughts are circling like birds in a cage, if you were stuck in a loop of yes but no, true but false, I know and yet I don't, let the liar paradox sit beside you. Let it remind you that language is powerful, but not perfect, that your mind is sharp, but not infallible, and that some questions are not doors to answers, but mirrors to your own reflection. You don't need to escape the loop. You only need to notice it, to smile at the sentence that says it is false, and to rest gently in the knowing that not all truths need to be spoken to be felt. Some live in silence, and that too is true. Chapter 13. Russell's Paradox. Let's talk about sets. Simple, right? A set is just a collection of things, a bowl of fruit, a shelf of books, a playlist of songs. In math, we define sets to organize objects, numbers, elements, concepts. The rules seem clear. You can make a set of even numbers, a set of triangles, a set of people wearing hats. But what happens when you define a set that contains itself? That's where things get strange. And that as the essence of Russell's paradox, a logical dilemma that shook the very foundations of mathematics in the early 20th century. It begins with a simple idea. Imagine a town. In this town, there is a rule. The barber shaves everyone in town who does not shave themselves. Seems straightforward. But then comes the question, does the barber shave himself? If he does, then according to the rule he must not shave himself. But if he doesn't shave himself, then he must shave himself. This contradiction is known as the Barber paradox, a playful restatement of a much deeper problem discovered by philosopher and mathematician Bertrand Russell in 1901. Let's go back to sets. In early set theory, it was assumed you could define any set simply by specifying a rule. For example, the set of all cats, the set of all prime numbers, the set of all sets that do not contain themselves. Wait, that last one, that's the one that breaks everything. Let's call it R, the set of all sets that do not contain themselves. Now ask, does R contain itself? If it does, then by definition it shouldn't. If it doesn't, then by definition it should. A loop, a contradiction, a paradox. Russell's discovery was monumental. At the time, mathematics was building itself on the logic of sets, believing it had found a perfect, clean foundation. Russell showed that this foundation had a crack, and through that crack, certainty began to slip. The paradox forced mathematicians to rethink how sets were defined. It led to the development of more rigorous systems like Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, which carefully avoids self-containing definitions. In these systems, sets must be built from simpler sets in a hierarchy, no circular references allowed. It also influenced Gödel's incompleteness theorems, which revealed that in any complex logical system, there are true statements that cannot be proven within the system. In other words, logic can't always explain itself. Russell's paradox also echoes in computer science. In programming, functions or databases that refer to themselves without safeguards can cause crashes, infinite loops, or undefined behavior. Self-reference is powerful, but dangerous. It's like looking into two mirrors facing each other. The reflections go on forever, but none of them are real. They're trapped in a feedback loop. Now, let's step away from math and bring this into your own mind. Think of a belief you have about your beliefs. I am open-minded. I never judge others. I know myself. What happens if those beliefs contradict themselves? What if being certain of your humility is a kind of arrogance? Russell's paradox reminds us, self-reference often breaks the very tools we use to understand. We crave systems, definitions, certainty. But sometimes the system turns inward and collapses. This isn't just a mathematical issue. It's a human one. We build identities out of thoughts about thoughts. We define ourselves by roles, relationships, labels. But what happens when those labels conflict? What happens when you feel like both the teacher and the student, the believer and the skeptic? You become paradoxical. And maybe that's okay. Maybe we are not cleanly defined sets. Maybe we are contradictions that live and breathe. Take a moment to reflect on that. Let go of the need to resolve every loop. Let your thoughts drift in and out of definition, like clouds changing shape. And now, let's revisit that Barber, the man with the impossible job. Because sometimes, the simplest rules create the strangest paradoxes. Chapter 14, The Barber Paradox. In a small, orderly town, there lives a barber. And the town follows one very simple rule. The barber shaves all those who do not shave themselves, and only those who do not shave themselves. At first, it seems like a perfectly sensible arrangement, clear, efficient, logical. But then someone asks, who shaves the barber? And the whole system unravels. If the barber shaves himself, he falls into the category of people who shave themselves, so he shouldn't be shaving himself. But if he doesn't shave himself, then according to the rule, he must shave himself. He can't shave himself, and he can't not shave himself. A tidy little contradiction. This is the Barber paradox, a simplified version of Russell's paradox, designed to be more intuitive. It plays with language, logic, and our instinct for classification. But underneath the whimsy lies something profound. Let's explore why. We tend to think of rules and categories as reliable tools. We sort things to understand them. We define boundaries to make sense of complexity. But sometimes, those boundaries don't hold. The Barber paradox shows what happens when a rule is applied too broadly. The act of defining who shaves whom breaks down when the rule is turned inward. It's a problem of self-reference. Just like Russell's set that contains all sets that don't contain themselves, the Barber rule collapses when applied to the Barber himself. The paradox teaches us that not all ideas can include themselves. Sometimes, systems must exclude certain edge cases, or else become incoherent. This lesson has shaped logic, math, and computer science. In formal systems, recursive definitions must be handled carefully. If a function calls itself with no end condition, it spirals into infinity. If a rule applies to itself without exception, it can become meaningless. But the Barber paradox is more than a lesson in logic. It also reflects something psychological. How often do we impose rules on others that we exempt ourselves from? How often do we build systems that work for everyone except the one who built them? Leaders who preach humility but demand obedience. Thinkers who advocate open-mindedness but refuse to be questioned. Philosophers who question everything except their own skepticism. We all, in some way, are the Barber, caught between the roles we assign and the reality we live. And sometimes, our own standards can trap us. The Barber paradox also appears in social identity. Consider a person who identifies as a nonconformist. But if nonconformity becomes their identity, are they now conforming to nonconformity? Or someone who says, "I don't label myself." Isn't that, in itself, a label? These are linguistic loops, harmless on the surface but revealing. They show how tricky language can be when we try to describe abstract states like selfhood, intention, or behavior. So how do we escape the paradox? One solution is to revise the rules. In math, we avoid sets that contain themselves. In logic, we restrict self-reference. In life, we acknowledge complexity. Maybe the Barber doesn't need to shave anyone. Maybe we don't need rules that apply universally and absolutely. Maybe we accept that some roles cannot be neatly defined, that some contradictions are part of the structure of being human. So next time you find yourself trying to solve yourself, trying to define your values, your identity, your purpose, pause. Ask, am I trying to shave a barber? Sometimes, clarity comes not from tightening the rule, but from loosening the grip. Let your breath be slow. Let your mind stop searching for an answer. Not everything needs resolution. Some ideas are meant to stay unsolved, like riddles that echo into the night. Coming next, what if everything was gone? No barbers, no rules, no thoughts at all. What would nothing look like? Chapter 15, The Paradox of Nothingness. Close your eyes. Now try to imagine nothing. Not darkness, not emptiness, not a blank screen or a quiet room, but nothing. No space, no time, no matter, no light, no thought, no you to observe it. Can you do it? Most people can't. And that is not because of a lack of imagination. It is because nothing is not something you can picture. And yet, it's one of the deepest and most troubling questions we can ask. Why is there something rather than nothing? This is the paradox of nothingness, a thought experiment at the edge of metaphysics, where philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness collide. We tend to think of nothingness as a kind of blank canvas, an empty stage before the show begins, a void from which things emerge. But that's already something. A canvas, a stage, a void. All of these assume space, dimension, potential, and that's the first twist. True nothingness is not just emptiness. It's the absence of even the possibility of something. And yet, here we are. There is a universe, a cosmos full of stars and storms, atoms and eyes, joy and violence. A world that exists when, logically, it didn't have to. Why? Why is there something? Some thinkers say the question is meaningless, that it's like asking what's north of the North Pole. The idea of nothing is incoherent, because existence is the default. Others disagree. They say that nothingness should be more natural than something. After all, non-existence is simpler, cleaner, less arbitrary, and yet, it seems we drew the cosmic short straw. We got something. Science has wrestled with this too. Physicists once imagined the vacuum of space as nothingness. But it turns out, even the vacuum is not empty. It seethes with quantum energy, particles blinking in and out of existence. A true void, it seems, is impossible. Reality doesn't allow it. But that only deepens the mystery. If nothingness is unstable, if it wants to become something, what causes that desire? Where does the seed of existence come from? Some theories suggest that the universe emerged from a quantum fluctuation, a brief, spontaneous blip of energy in an otherwise empty pre-space. But that still begs the question, what allowed for that fluctuation? What allowed for the laws that govern fluctuations? What allowed for anything at all? Some philosophers invoke God, or a necessary being, something that must exist by definition. But even that invites questions. Why that being and not nothing? Why this reality and not the absence of it? This is not just abstract theory. It touches something deeply human, because we fear nothingness, not just as an idea but as a destination, death, oblivion. The moment when experience ends and we return to what? Religions offer comfort, reunion, rebirth, transcendence. But beneath all stories lies the shadow of the void. And yet, we can never experience nothingness, because to experience it would be to negate it. You can't observe nothing. You can't be in nothing, because then it is no longer nothing. It's like trying to draw a circle with no edge. The act itself undoes the concept. So maybe nothingness isn't just paradoxical, it's impossible. Perhaps existence is self-sustaining, like a dream that continues because someone is dreaming. Maybe reality exists because something must. Or maybe we just can't step outside our own context. We are creatures of presence, immersed in a sea of something. We're like fish trying to imagine dry land, our thoughts shaped by the medium we swim in. Even the word nothing carries weight, sound, form. It's a placeholder, a symbol. But it cannot capture the true absence of all symbols. So what can we do with this paradox? Maybe we let it stay. Maybe the question is more important than the answer. Maybe it teaches humility, the recognition that some mysteries are not to be solved, but respected. And maybe, just maybe, the fact that anything exists at all, including you, lying here, thinking these thoughts, is its own kind of miracle. So take a breath. Let the weight of being press softly on you. You are not nothing. You are something. And that's already extraordinary. And now, let's shift from the total absence of things to the strange presence of something that isn't quite there. Chapter 16. The Whole Paradox. Let's say you're holding a donut. You feel the texture, you see the color, you smell the sweetness. But now, consider the whole. What exactly is it? It's not made of flour or sugar. It's not something you can touch, and yet you can see it. You can describe it. You can move it around by moving the donut. So here's the question. Is the whole a thing? Or is it just the absence of a thing? This is the whole paradox, a deceptively simple idea that challenges how we think about presence, absence, and the very structure of reality. At first glance, a whole seems like nothing, a void, a gap in the material. But we treat it like something real. You can measure a hole. You can name it. You can even own it. Think of a well, or a tunnel, or a keyhole, each defined by what isn't there. In physics, holes are often used to describe powerful objects, like black holes. But even these are not holes in the traditional sense. A black hole isn't empty. It ends a point of such intense mass and gravity that nothing, not even light, can escape. And yet the name persists. The metaphor remains. We call it a whole because it feels like absence masquerading as substance. Philosophers have debated this for centuries. Are holes just linguistic tricks? Is the hole in your sock a thing, or a lack of thing? Some argue that holes are dependent objects. They exist only in relation to something else. You can't have a hole without a host. A hole without a context is meaningless. But others say holes have a kind of ontological weight. They affect behavior. You avoid a pothole. You pour water into a hole. You protect your home from one. So if wholes affect the world, aren't they part of it? The paradox deepens when we try to define the boundaries of a whole. Where does the whole begin and end? Is it just the empty space? Does it include the edge around it? Is it two-dimensional or three-dimensional? Even in mathematics and topology, defining a whole can be tricky. Some shapes are defined not by their mass, but by their lack of mass. A torus, a donut shape, is classified by the presence of a hole. Without it, it becomes a sphere. Entire fields of geometry study the properties of spaces based on how many holes they have. Holes shape identity. They matter, and yet they aren't matter. That's the paradox, and it reflects a deeper truth about how we think. We don't just experience the world through presence, we experience it through absence. You notice when something is missing, a loved one, a word, a promise, a glance. Absence creates emotion, longing, curiosity, memory. It defines what was once there, or what should have been. Even grief is a kind of whole, an outline of something that no longer exists, but still shapes you. Our lives are full of holes, and they aren't empty, they're sacred, they're meaningful. In literature, a plot hole breaks the illusion. In a wall, a hole opens possibility. In your heart, a hole might be pain, or hope, or both. So the next time you see a hole, don't dismiss it as nothing. It might be the most something part of the whole. Take a moment now. Picture the outline of a keyhole, or the silence between two musical notes, or the space between stars. All holes, all real. And as your mind softens, let yourself become the donut. Not just the solid, sweet part, but the hollow center. Let yourself be whole, with a hole. Coming next, what happens when the future affects the past? A paradox that flips time upside down. Chapter 17, The Present Moment Illusion. Right now you're listening to my voice. You might feel the softness of a pillow, or the warmth of a blanket. You may be aware of the faint rhythm of your breath. This is the present moment. Or is it? We often think of the now as the only time that's real. The past has passed. The future hasn't happened yet. But this sliver of experience is where everything truly exists. But what if that's an illusion? What if the present moment is not objective, not shared, not even real in the way we think it is? Welcome to the present moment illusion, a paradox that challenges our deepest assumptions about time, perception, and reality. Let's begin with how we experience time. To you, it feels like a flowing river. You exist in a stream of events, always moving forward. The past is memory, the future is imagination, and now is this precise slice of experience, this word, this breath, this heartbeat. But in physics, especially in Einstein's theory of relativity, time doesn't flow. Time is not a moving current. It's a dimension, like space. Just as all places exist, even when you're not there, all moments in time exist, even when you're not in them. Einstein once said, "The distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." In this view, time is like a landscape. The past, present, and future are all laid out, equally real. You're not moving through time. Your consciousness is located in one point, like a traveler stopping at a scenic overlook. This is known as the block universe theory. Time is a four-dimensional block. Nothing truly begins or ends. It just is. So where does that leave the present moment? If all moments are equally real, then now isn't special. It's just the point you happen to occupy. The moment feels real simply because your awareness is tuned to it, like a flashlight illuminating one page of a vast book. And that awareness? It has a delay. Yes, what you feel as now is already the past. Your brain takes time to process what it receives. Light hits your eyes, sound enters your ears, signals pass through your neurons. It all takes milliseconds. So the present you feel is actually a tiny window behind the real moment. It's a constructed illusion, a best guess. Your brain combines visual input, sound, sensation, memory, and attention into a single unified moment and labels it now. But now is not a point. It's a stretch, a window of time stitched together to feel continuous, and different creatures experience that window differently. A hummingbird's perception of time is faster than ours. It sees more frames in each second. A turtle, slower. Each species lives in a different rhythm of now. Even we shift. Under stress, time slows. In flow states, time disappears. In dreams, time loops. So if time is relative to perception, can the present really be trusted? Some philosophers argue that the present moment is a fiction, a trick the brain uses to organize data into a manageable form. We never experience the world directly. We experience a simulation. Others suggest that consciousness creates the illusion of now by observing change. Without change, there would be no passage of time, only stasis. But the more we dig, the more slippery it becomes. Ask yourself, when does now end? By the time you finish this sentence, the present moment you started in is already gone. But you didn't feel it disappear, because now is not a fixed point. It's a flow, a smear of continuity. And that leads to the most curious thought of all. If the present is an illusion, and the past and future are equally real, then what exactly are you? Are you a consciousness riding through a pre-existing block of space-time? Are you a projection, like a beam of light moving across film? Are you everywhere at once, but only aware of here? Take a deep breath. Let go of the idea that now must be real. Let yourself float backward, forward, sideways, because time is not a single road. It's a field, a web, a landscape. And the present? It's just the place where your mind rests, for now. Coming next, if time doesn't flow forward, then what if the future can change the past? Chapter 18. Retrocausality. We're taught that cause comes before effect. A rock hits a window, then the glass shatters. You press a button, then the elevator arrives. You say hello, and someone answers. Time moves forward. Events unfold in sequence. But what if that's not the whole story? What if sometimes the future affects the past? This is the strange, unsettling idea behind retrocausality, the possibility that causality can run in reverse. Let's begin with a famous experiment, the delayed choice quantum eraser. In quantum mechanics, particles behave like both waves and particles until they are measured. The act of observing them seems to collapse their possible states into a single outcome. But in this experiment, photons are sent through a double-slit apparatus. Their paths are recorded in a way that should preserve their wave-like behavior, unless we choose to measure their path. Here's the twist. The choice to measure the path can be made after the photon has passed through the slits. And yet, the results change. It's as if the photon knows what we will do and behaves accordingly before the choice is made. That's retrocausality in action. The future decision influences the past event. Of course, this isn't magic. It's quantum mechanics, famously strange, counterintuitive, and often misunderstood. Some interpretations say retrocausality isn't real, that it's a trick of entanglement, or of how we define observation. Others suggest that time in the quantum world isn't a one-way street, that particles don't know what will happen, but exist in a timeless state, connected to all possibilities. Still, the implications are profound. If the future can affect the past, then causality itself becomes unstable. You might make a decision tomorrow that changes what's true today, or you might receive information before you ask for it. Science fiction has long explored this idea. A character finds a message from the future and uses it to make choices that lead to that very future. A paradox, a loop, a closed causal chain. But in some interpretations, retrocausality avoids paradoxes by weaving events into a consistent loop. You don't change the past, you fulfill it. This concept aligns with Novikov's self-consistency principle, which suggests that the universe forbids contradictions. Whatever happens must always have happened. Still, the emotional weight of retrocausality is strange, because we think of the past as fixed, a foundation. To imagine it being influenced by what hasn't happened yet is to feel the ground shift beneath you. And if time is flexible, then so is responsibility. Can you blame someone for an action that was caused by future events? Can you trust your memories, if they might be rewritten tomorrow? This gets even more strange when we bring consciousness into the picture. In some speculative theories, awareness is not limited by linear time. Certain mystics and philosophers suggest that the mind can feel the future, or that intuition is a ripple from what's to come. Even in dreams, we sometimes feel this. A vision that seems to echo a future event, a decision that feels inevitable before it arrives. Is it coincidence, pattern recognition, or is there something deeper? Retrocausality forces us to reconsider the entire timeline of experience. What if your future self is influencing you now? What if the thoughts you're rehaving tonight are shaped by the version of you who has already made tomorrow's choices? Take a moment to sit with that. Let your mind soften. Let time loosen. You are not just a point on a line. You are a node in a web, tugged from both ends. Your past shaped you, but maybe your future does too. And maybe time is less of a river and more of a fabric. Folded, looped, self-referential. And in that fold, maybe you've already been here. Maybe you'll return. Next. Let's zoom out even farther. Because if the universe has always existed, full of stars, why is the night sky so dark? Chapter 19. Olbers' Paradox. Step outside on a clear night. You look up and above you, silence, stars, and deep, endless darkness. The night sky feels infinite, mysterious, serene. But pause for a moment. If the universe is infinite, eternal, and filled evenly with stars, shouldn't the sky be bright? Bright not just in places, but everywhere? This is Olbers' Paradox, named after the 19th century German astronomer Heinrich Wilhelm Olbers. It's a deceptively simple question, but one that hides deep truths about time, space, and the nature of the cosmos. Let's explore the reasoning. In an infinite, static universe, every line of sight should eventually hit a star. No matter where you look, up, down, across, there should be light. Even stars too far to see as individual points would collectively add to a glowing background. So, why is the night sky dark? At first, scientists offered various ideas. Maybe distant stars are too dim. Maybe something, dust, gas, blocks their light. Maybe the human eye simply isn't sensitive enough. But none of these explanations worked. In an infinite universe, even faint, distant stars would add up. Over time, the accumulated light should make the sky as bright as the surface of the sun. So where is all that missing light? The solution came slowly, and it changed our understanding of the universe forever. In the 20th century, astronomers discovered something critical. The universe is not eternal. It has a beginning. Roughly 13.8 billion years ago, the universe expanded from a single, unimaginably dense point, an event we now call the Big Bang. That means the universe has a finite age, and that matters, because light takes time to travel. We can only see stars whose light has had time to reach us. There are stars, and entire galaxies, whose light simply hasn't arrived yet. The observable universe has a limit, the cosmic horizon. Beyond that, we are blind. So the night sky is dark, because we are still waiting for most of the universe's light. But there's more. The universe is also expanding. Space itself is stretching. And as it does, it stretches the light traveling through it. This process, called redshift, lengthens the wavelength of light, pushing it into the infrared, microwave, and radio bands. Eventually, the light becomes undetectable to the human eye, so even light that has reached us might now be invisible. And one more detail: stars don't live forever. They are born, burn brightly, and die. The sky is not filled with eternal fireballs, but with brief, blazing lives scattered across a cosmic timeline. Olbers' paradox, in its simplicity, exposed a flaw in the idea of a static, eternal cosmos. It helped open the door to modern cosmology. And it leaves us with a strange beauty. The darkness of the night sky is not the absence of light, but a record of time. Each star you see is not just far away. It is also old. You are seeing it as it was, not as it is. Some of those stars may already be gone. Their light just hasn't caught up with their disappearance. The night is a museum of ancient light. And in the blackness between the stars, we glimpse the shape of time itself. So tonight, as you drift into sleep, remember, darkness is not empty. It's full of stories we haven't heard yet, light that hasn't arrived, and stars still on their way. Next, let's turn our gaze from the cosmic to the microscopic, to a paradox not of stars, but of a cat, both dead and alive. Chapter 20. Schrodinger's cat. There's a cat in a box. You can't see it. You can't hear it. The box is sealed. Inside the box, a bizarre experiment is taking place. A tiny particle, radioactive, is poised to decay. If it decays, a mechanism breaks a vial of poison. If it doesn't, the vial remains intact. The cat's fate depends on this. But here's the twist. Until you open the box, the particle is in a superposition, both decayed and not decayed. So the poison is both released and not released. So the cat is both dead and alive. This is the famous thought experiment known as Schrodinger's cat, proposed by Austrian physicist Erwin Schrödinger in 1935. He didn't mean it literally. He wasn't proposing actual cat experiments. He was trying to point out the weirdness of quantum mechanics when applied to the everyday world. Let's explore what this means. In quantum physics, particles don't have definite states until they are measured. They exist in a cloud of probabilities, a superposition of all possible outcomes. Only when observed does the system collapse into a single reality. This principle works well at the atomic level. But Schrödinger asked, what happens when you scale it up? If a quantum particle determines the cat's fate, and the particle is in two states, then isn't the cat in two states? Is the cat really dead and alive? And if so, what causes the collapse into one state or the other? Is it your observation? If so, what counts as an observer? A human? A camera? Consciousness? This leads to the measurement problem in quantum theory. And it connects deeply to questions about the role of the observer in shaping reality. Some interpretations, like the Copenhagen interpretation, say the act of measurement causes the collapse. Others, like many worlds, say both outcomes happen, each in its own universe. In one world, the cat dies. In another, it lives. Both real, both separate. And you, the observer, are part of that split. Schrödinger's cat is unsettling because it blurs the line between potential and actual. It suggests that until observed, reality exists in a kind of dream state, unresolved. And that includes you. Are you fully real? Or are you a superposition of all your possible selves, only defined once someone observes? There's something poetic in this, because every choice you make feels like collapsing a wave of potential into one outcome. Take a job, end a relationship, speak a truth, stay silent. Each decision closes off infinite other possibilities, and maybe leaves behind another you, still exploring the road not taken. But back to the cat. What makes it so haunting is that it's not just a metaphor. Quantum systems really do behave this way, and yet we never see a cat both dead and alive. So where is the boundary? When does quantum strangeness give way to classical certainty? No one knows for sure. Some say it's scale. Some say it's observation. Some say it's consciousness. And some say the boundary isn't clear at all. Reality is not made of things, but of processes, relationships, probabilities, and awareness. So tonight, as you lie still, imagine you're inside a box, not trapped, but suspended. Between waking and dreaming, between states, you are both the cat and the observer. And this moment, this quiet, solitary moment, is a kind of quantum pause, unresolved, undefined, full of possibility. When you open the box, when morning comes, you'll collapse into yourself once again. Until then, let the paradox purr softly in the dark. Coming next. What is an observer, anyway? What makes reality change? Just by being looked at. Chapter 21. The Measurement Problem. You flip a coin. It spins in the air, shimmering between heads and tails. But in that moment, before it lands, what is it? Not heads, not tails, not both, not neither, just potential. Now imagine a quantum particle. It exists in a state of superposition, not in one place, but in all possible places. Not in one state, but in many. It's a cloud of probability, a whisper of realities, all overlapping. But then you measure it, and in an instant, it snaps into a definite state. The cloud collapses, the possibilities vanish, the outcome appears. This moment, the shift from probability to reality, is at the heart of the measurement problem, one of the deepest puzzles in quantum mechanics. Let's explore. In classical physics, measurement is simple. You weigh something, you time it, you observe its color or motion. Your tools might not be perfect, but the thing you're measuring has a definite property, whether or not you check. But in quantum mechanics, it's different. Until you observe a quantum system, it doesn't have definite properties. It exists in a blend of outcomes, superposition. The act of measuring seems to create reality. But why? That's the paradox. It's not just, we don't know the outcome until we measure it. It's, the outcome doesn't exist until we measure it. This makes the observer strangely powerful. What counts as an observation? Does it have to be human? Could a camera do it? What about a particle detector? And what if no one ever looks? Would the universe remain suspended in potential forever? Some physicists, like Niels Bohr, embraced this mystery. He argued that the act of measurement creates the conditions for reality to emerge. The particle doesn't have a position until it's asked the question. Others pushed back. Albert Einstein famously disliked this. "I like to think the moon is there even when I am not looking at it," he said. He believed reality exists independently of observation, but experiments suggest otherwise. In certain tests, particles change behavior depending on whether they are measured, even if that decision is made after they act. As we saw in the delayed choice experiments, the future seems to influence the past. The act of observation ripples backward. It's as if reality waits to be watched before deciding what it is. This is not just a physics problem. It's a philosophical earthquake. It makes us question the boundary between observer and observed. Are you separate from the world you perceive, or are you entangled with it? Is consciousness a spotlight shining on the universe, or part of the universe itself, trying to see its own reflection? Some interpretations of quantum mechanics suggest that every observation splits the universe. This is the many worlds interpretation. Each possible outcome occurs, each in its own branching reality. Others say that consciousness causes collapse. Your awareness selects one outcome. You are the anchor of experience. Still others, like quantum Bayesianism, cubism, say that quantum mechanics isn't about the universe at all. It's about belief, about updating your knowledge based on measurement. Reality, then, is not objective. It's a framework for interacting with uncertainty. But the measurement problem persists. It's like a door that only opens when you're not looking directly at it, like a dream that fades the moment you try to write it down. What makes the quantum world real? Where is the dividing line between possibility and fact? No one knows. And perhaps we're not meant to know. Perhaps the universe is not a machine with parts, but a dance of relationships, emerging only when touched, only when witnessed. And maybe that means you are not a detached observer. Maybe you're part of the system. Maybe awareness itself is woven into the laws of reality. So tonight, as you lie still, remember, you are both watcher and watched. Your thoughts are a kind of measurement. And the world responds, not with certainty, but with possibility. Next, what happens when randomness is given infinite time? Can chaos create meaning? Chapter 22, The Infinite Monkey Theorem. Imagine a room. In it sits a monkey. The monkey is in front of a typewriter, or a keyboard, or any tool for writing. It begins to press keys at random. Tap, tap, tap. Nonsense mostly. Gibberish. But now, imagine something stranger. There isn't just one monkey, but a million. A billion. An infinite number of monkeys, each typing endlessly, without aim or rest. What happens? Given enough time, one of them will type a line from Shakespeare. Another will type a sonnet. Another will recreate the entire Hamlet, letter for letter, comma for comma. And beyond that, one will write your life story. Every word you've ever said, every thought you've ever had, every possible version of your biography. This is the infinite monkey theorem, a thought experiment that explores the nature of randomness, infinity, and probability. At first, it sounds absurd, impossible, but mathematically, it's sound. In probability theory, when you combine infinite time with random input, every finite sequence is guaranteed to occur, not just once, but infinitely many times. That includes poems, novels, blueprints, perfect truths, and also lies, distortions, and noise. In this thought experiment, everything that can be written will be. This is both beautiful and terrifying. It suggests that randomness, when stretched to infinity, contains everything. That chaos, in its purest form, gives birth to all order. But what does that really mean? Well, it tells us something about probability. That rare events aren't impossible. They're just unlikely. Given enough chances, the improbable becomes inevitable. It also tells us about patterns. Because patterns can emerge from randomness, not because they were planned, but because randomness includes all possibilities. Think of the stars. Their arrangement appears random. But humans find constellations, shapes, stories. Is that meaning? Or just monkey typing? In a way, we are all monkeys, typing our days into the void. Sometimes we hit a key that makes sense. Sometimes we don't. But across infinite lives, some of us will write poems, some will love deeply, some will change the world, and some will feel lost in the noise. Here's where the paradox takes hold. If everything possible eventually happens, what makes any outcome special? If Hamlet will be typed eventually by chance, does Shakespeare matter? If your life story can be randomly generated, does it lose meaning? Or does it gain meaning because it wasn't random? Because you chose it? Because you lived it? In the vast sea of possibility, your conscious choices become islands of intent. They are not inevitable. They are real. This is why the infinite monkey theorem is more than math. It's existential. It asks us to confront the difference between accident and authorship, between chaos and story, between randomness and meaning, and it mirrors the universe itself. Some physicists believe the cosmos began as a fluctuation in a quantum field, a burst of random energy, but out of that randomness came galaxies, stars, minds, and stories. Like monkeys at a typewriter, the universe typed us into being, but here we are, aware of it. Reading the words, asking the questions, that perhaps is what makes it real. So tonight, as your thoughts slow, imagine your mind as a keyboard. Every dream you drift into is a sentence typed by the subconscious. Every spark of memory, a keystroke in the dark. And if you write nonsense, let it be beautiful nonsense. Because in an infinite library of possible dreams, this one is yours. Coming next. Can a single grain of sand start an avalanche? How small can change be before it's unstoppable? Chapter 23. The Sand Pile Paradox. Imagine you're holding a grain of sand. Just one. It's small, almost invisible, something you could easily overlook. You place it gently on a table. Nothing changes. Now you add another grain. Still, nothing. You keep going, one by one, grain after grain, quietly, slowly. Eventually you have a pile. But now ask yourself, at what point did it become a sand pile? When did the grain stop being just a collection and become something new? This is the sand pile paradox, also known as the Sorites paradox, from the Greek word sorites, meaning heap. It's a paradox of vagueness. It challenges how we define things that change by tiny degrees. Let's explore. The logic goes like this. One grain of sand is not a heap. If one grain is not a heap, then adding a single grain doesn't make it a heap. If that's true, then no number of single grain additions should ever produce a heap. But clearly that's wrong. At some point, we do have a heap. So, where's the cutoff? Is it the 100th grain? The 1000th? Does it depend on the observer, the lighting, the shape? This isn't just a trick of words. It reveals something deep about how we understand categories. Because not everything has a clear boundary. When does a person become bald? When does a hill become a mountain? When does youth become old age? When does a collection become a community? These transitions happen gradually, so gradually we can't draw a sharp line. And yet we treat them as if we can. We label, define, sort, because our minds need simplicity. But the world is not simple. The sandpile paradox forces us to confront continuity, the slow blending of states, and the illusion of crisp categories. In science, this appears in phase transitions. Water becomes ice, metal becomes magnetic, a material becomes conductive. The change is smooth, but at some point, it's different. In society, it appears in movements, revolutions, and relationships. When does friendship become love? When does change become irreversible? When does a system tip from balance into chaos? There's another way to look at this paradox, not as a failure of language, but as a feature of reality. Maybe the world is full of things that don't have precise thresholds. Maybe heapness is not a switch, but a spectrum, and maybe that's okay. This also links to the idea of critical mass, when small changes add up to a sudden shift. In chaos theory, a system can be stable until a tiny input triggers an avalanche. A single grain of sand after 100 others can cause a collapse, not because it was special, but because it was the tipping point. So paradoxically, the grain that did nothing now becomes the grain that changed everything. This gives the sandpile paradox a second layer. What seems insignificant may not be. Your words, your actions, your presence may feel like a single grain, but over time, they can build something vast, something that shifts. And the final grain could be the one you place. Take a moment now. Picture a mountain of sand. Feel the slow build, grain by grain, day by day, and realize you are always adding, always shaping, always creating momentum, even in stillness. Coming next, if we want to protect freedom, how far can tolerance go? Chapter 24. The Paradox of Tolreance. Tolerance. It sounds simple, a virtue, a principle, a foundation of open societies. To tolerate others is to allow them to exist, to speak, to believe, even when we disagree. But what happens when some people use that tolerance to destroy it? What if they spread ideas that are intolerant of others, of freedoms, of diversity? Should we tolerate that? This is the Paradox of Tolreance, introduced by philosopher Karl Popper in 1945. It's the idea that unlimited tolerance, if extended even to the intolerant, can lead to the end of tolerance itself. Here's the dilemma. A tolerant society allows many views. But some views aim to suppress, harm, or eliminate others. If those views are tolerated without resistance, they may grow powerful enough to suppress tolerance entirely. So, to protect tolerance, we may need to be intolerant of intolerance. It's a loop of logic, a moral knot, and it raises difficult questions. Who decides what is intolerant? Where do we draw the line? How do we balance freedom with protection? Popper's solution wasn't to suppress all opposing ideas. He believed in free expression, But he argued that when intolerance leads to violence, oppression, or the rejection of reason, it should be met with firm resistance. Not with more tolerance, but with limits. Let's use an analogy. Imagine a garden. You allow every kind of plant to grow, tall, small, bright, strange. But one vine begins to choke the others. It wraps around trees, blocks sunlight, spreads without restraint. If you do nothing, out of fairness, you may lose the garden. So you prune, you push back, not to suppress life, but to preserve diversity. The paradox of tolerance plays out in society in many ways. In speech, in policy, in communities. Should hate speech be allowed, even if it leads to real harm? Should platforms give voice to those who deny others their rights? Should freedom protect ideas that aim to destroy freedom? There are no easy answers. Because tolerance isn't a switch, it's a balance. Too little, and we slide into authoritarianism. Too much, and we risk collapse from within. Popper believed that rational discourse is the key. If someone advocates intolerance, but is willing to debate, listen, and reason, then tolerance may still work. But if they reject reason altogether, if they call for violence, if they aim to dismantle the system itself, then tolerance becomes weakness. This paradox is not just political, it's personal. Think of your boundaries, your values, your empathy. You may want to be open, to hear others, to understand them. But some people will use your openness against you, manipulate it, exploit it, twist it. And so, you learn to say no. That no is not a failure of compassion. It's a defense of it. Tolerance does not mean letting go of your spine. It means choosing where to draw your circle, and defending that circle so it can remain open. So tonight, as you rest, think about your own garden. What do you protect? What do you allow? And where must you say, this is where tolerance ends? You are not closed-minded for having boundaries. You are preserving the space where openness can still grow. Coming next, can you be responsible for something you didn't intend? What if your very presence changes the outcome? Chapter 25. The Bystander Effect. You're walking down a busy street. It's a clear day. People move past you, talking, texting, living their lives. Then, you see something. Someone is lying on the ground. They're not moving. You pause. You feel a pull in your chest. But then you notice, others have seen it too. They glance, they hesitate, but they keep walking. You wait a second longer. Maybe someone else will help. Someone who knows what to do. Someone, not you. And so you walk on. Later, you think about that moment. You tell yourself, there were so many people. If it was serious, someone would have stepped in. This is the bystander effect, a psychological and moral paradox that shows how the presence of others can reduce personal responsibility. The more witnesses there are, the less likely anyone will help. It's counterintuitive. You'd think that in a crowd, the chances of someone stepping in would go up. More eyes, more hands, more potential help. But study after study shows the opposite. The classic case that brought this to public attention was the tragic murder of Kitty Genovese in 1964 in New York City. Initial reports claimed dozens of neighbors heard her cries but did nothing. That account has since been challenged, but the incident inspired researchers to investigate how people behave when others are around. In one experiment, participants were placed in a room where smoke began to fill the air. Alone, most reported it quickly, but in groups, they were far less likely to act. They looked to others, who appeared calm. So they stayed calm too, even as the room filled with smoke. Another study used a fake emergency over a speaker, someone seemingly having a seizure. Again, when people believed they were the only ones hearing it, they acted. But when they thought others were listening too, they hesitated. The bystander effect is not about cruelty. It's about diffusion of responsibility. We assume, someone else will help, someone more qualified, someone closer, someone not me. It's also about social proof. We look to others to determine what's normal. If no one else reacts, We doubt our own instincts. And here lies the paradox. The more people who are present to help, the less likely anyone is to help. What begins as safety in numbers becomes paralysis in presence. This effect isn't just about emergencies. It shows up in meetings, where everyone agrees to something no one understands. In workplaces, where wrongdoing is ignored. In schools, where bullying goes unchecked. Online, where cruelty is witnessed silently. And yet, each person feels powerless, despite being part of the power. So what breaks the cycle? Awareness. Studies show that when people know about the bystander effect, they're more likely to act. The knowledge gives them clarity, responsibility, permission. And sometimes, all it takes is one person. One person stepping forward gives others courage. It snaps the group out of its trance. You don't have to solve the whole problem. You just have to begin. Because responsibility doesn't grow in crowds. It shrinks. But courage can start small. Courage begins with a single decision. I will not wait for someone else. So tonight, think of the moments when you waited. When you felt the urge to act, but didn't. Not to blame yourself, but to learn. Because next time, it may be you who notices first. And that noticing, it's the beginning of everything. Coming next. In a world of infinite choices, can freedom become a burden? Chapter 26. The Paradox of Choice. Freedom is beautiful. We're told that to be free is to have choices, options, possibilities, the power to shape your life. And for most of us, that rings true. But what happens when those choices multiply endlessly? What happens when every decision, no matter how small, becomes a burden? This is the paradox of choice, explored deeply by psychologist Barry Schwartz. The idea is simple. More choice is good, until it becomes too much. Let's begin in the supermarket. You walk in to buy some jam. There are 3 options: strawberry, raspberry, blueberry. You pick raspberry, you leave happy. Now imagine there are 30 options: exotic fruits, fancy labels, organic blends, limited editions. You stare, you hesitate, you read labels, compare prices, consider sugar content. Eventually, you pick one. But now you feel uncertain. What if another was better? What if you missed out? This is what Schwartz calls decision fatigue. Too many options don't liberate us. They overwhelm us. And when we do choose, we feel less satisfied. Because every choice becomes a missed opportunity. What we gain in freedom, we lose in peace. This is especially true with big life decisions. Career, love, where to live, who to become. In a world with infinite paths, we're told we can be anything. But that can become a quiet pressure. If you don't love your job, maybe you chose wrong. If your relationship isn't perfect, maybe you settled. If you're not fulfilled, maybe you failed to optimize. And so every choice is haunted by its unchosen siblings. Psychologists call this anticipated regret. We imagine the life we could have lived and compare it endlessly with the one we're in. Even when things go well, we feel the shadow of what might have been. Too much choice creates paralysis. People delay decisions, or make none at all. It shows up in dating, where infinite swipes lead to shallow connections. In careers, where chasing options leads to burnout. In shopping, where more features don't lead to better satisfaction. And yet, choice is still better than no choice. Right? Mostly yes. But the paradox is not about rejecting choice. It's about managing it. It's about knowing that freedom requires boundaries. That clarity comes not from endless options, but from commitment. Because when you commit, when you choose fully, you give yourself something precious, relief. You stop comparing, you stop wandering. You focus, you build. Think of a tree. It doesn't grow in every direction. It picks one. Roots deepen, branches rise, fruit appears. So how do we navigate the paradox? First, by limiting trivial decisions. Automate what you can. Simplify what doesn't matter. Second, by focusing on values, not options. Choose what aligns. not what dazzles. Third, by accepting imperfection. No choice is perfect, but meaning comes from making it your own. And finally, by grieving the unchosen. Yes, let yourself feel the loss of what you didn't pick. It's okay. It's human. And then, move forward. Because your path is not made better by endless searching. It's made better by walking it. So tonight, as you prepare for sleep, let go of the choices waiting for tomorrow. Let your mind rest. There is wisdom in stillness, and freedom in choosing less. Coming next, what if every move you make is determined already? Chapter 27, The Paradox of Free Will. You wake up, you stretch, you decide what to wear, what to eat, whether to speak or stay silent. These feel like choices, yours alone. You could have done otherwise. That's what we call free will, the belief that we are agents of our own lives, not puppets or programs. That we choose, decide, act. But what if you didn't? What if every decision you've ever made was determined by your biology, your upbringing, the chemistry in your brain, the laws of physics rippling through time? This is the paradox of free will, a timeless question that cuts to the core of identity, responsibility, and reality. Let's begin with determinism. In a deterministic universe, every effect has a cause. Every action is the result of prior conditions. From the movement of galaxies to the firing of neurons, everything follows from what came before. If that's true, then every thought you think was inevitable. The moment you reach for coffee instead of tea, predicted in principle by the state of the universe a second ago, or a year ago, or at the beginning of time. So where's the room for you? If your brain is just a machine obeying laws, what makes your choice free? Some respond by defending compatibilism, the idea that free will can exist within determinism. They say, freedom doesn't mean breaking the laws of physics. It means acting according to your own desires without external coercion. Even if those desires have causes, they are still yours. You are the author, not because you create your mind from nothing, but because you express it. Others reject this. They argue that if your desires were shaped by causes you didn't choose, your genes, your culture, your childhood, then how can you be responsible for them? Where is the moral accountability? This has implications far beyond theory. If criminals are products of biology and environment, should we punish them? If addiction or aggression is caused, not chosen, how should society respond? And on a personal level, do you deserve credit for your successes? Or are they simply what had to happen? Now let's add another twist. Quantum randomness. Some argue that the universe isn't deterministic after all. At the quantum level, particles behave unpredictably. Does this randomness restore free will? Not exactly. Randomness isn't freedom. If your thoughts are the result of chance, that's not you choosing. It's just chaos in the system. Free will, if it exists, must be something deeper. Something that emerges between determinism and randomness. Perhaps in the way a melody emerges from individual notes, or a self from countless neural firings. Some philosophers propose that consciousness introduces a new layer, an ability to reflect, evaluate, imagine alternatives. You may not control your thoughts, but you can step back from them, observe them, choose how to respond. This is echoed in spiritual traditions. In mindfulness, you are taught to watch your thoughts as they arise, without clinging to them. In this gap, some say, lies freedom. Not absolute control, but awareness, agency, the power to choose your relationship with what you did not choose. This redefines free will, not as total autonomy, but as participation. You don't direct the river, but you can steer your boat, and maybe that's enough. So tonight, reflect gently. You are not fully in control, but you are not fully powerless either. Your choices emerge from you, shaped by 1,000 unseen forces, yes, but still yours. That too is a kind of miracle. Coming next, what if none of this is real? What if the river, the boat, even the sky, are part of a simulation? Chapter 28. The Simulation Hypotheshis. Imagine waking up one day, and realizing the world around you is not real. The sky, the trees, the people, all artificial, rendered, computed. And your thoughts, your memories, simulated patterns in an elaborate program. This is not just science fiction. It's a serious idea in philosophy and physics. It's known as the Simulation Hypotheshis, the possibility that our reality is not base reality, but a simulation created by a higher intelligence. Let's trace the logic. In 2003, philosopher Nick Bostrom proposed a provocative trilemma. Human civilizations tend to go extinct before developing the technology to create high-fidelity simulations of conscious beings. If such technology does develop, no civilization is interested in running simulations of their ancestors. If they are interested, and if they create such simulations, then the number of simulated minds would vastly outnumber real ones. If 3 is true, then statistically speaking, you are probably one of the simulated minds. Let that sink in. The argument is not about proving we're in a simulation. It's about probability. If advanced civilizations run ancestor simulations of history, of culture, of consciousness, then it is more likely that you are in one of those simulations than in the original, base reality. But how would we know? Some researchers have looked for signs, pixelation in the cosmic background, limits to physical constants, quantum behavior that hints at computational rules. But so far, nothing conclusive. Still, the idea persists, because it explains so much. The fine-tuning of the universe, the strange behavior of particles, the subjective nature of experience. In a simulation, physics is code, space is data, time is a loop, and consciousness is a byproduct of computation. Some take comfort in this idea. If reality is a simulation, then death may not be final. We might be backed up, rebooted, or restored. Others find it unsettling. Because if we are simulated, then we are being watched, controlled, perhaps experimented on. And who or what is the programmer? Is it another species, a future version of humanity, a post-biological intelligence? Or is the simulation itself the result of a recursive loop, simulations within simulations, with no origin? This raises ethical questions. If you create a simulated world with conscious beings, are you responsible for their suffering? If your simulated child cries, is that pain real? And if you are simulated, do your feelings matter? Do your actions have meaning? Here's where the paradox sharpens. If nothing is real, then everything becomes real enough. Because you are having this experience. You feel love, loss, joy, wonder. Even if the world is code, the story still moves you. And maybe that's what matters. Some thinkers say that the simulation hypothesis is just modern metaphysics, a new version of old questions. The Matrix, the cave in Plato's Republic, the idea of Maya in Hindu philosophy. They all ask, is what we see the truth or a shadow? And if it is a shadow, can we wake up? Perhaps the simulation hypothesis is less about escape and more about awareness. Awareness that what we take for granted may not be ultimate, that there may be layers of reality beyond this one, and that your life, simulated or not, is still a unique thread in the tapestry of existence. So, tonight, as your eyes grow heavy, imagine your world dissolving. The room fades, the stars blink out. You feel the grid beneath it all, and even then, something remains, a sense of presence, a heartbeat in the code, a consciousness that cannot be erased. Coming next, what if you are the universe dreaming itself? Chapter 29, The Vacuum Energy Paradox. Let's return to nothingness, a pure vacuum, empty space, no matter, no particles, no sound, no light, just nothing. But here's the twist. In physics, a perfect vacuum isn't truly empty. Even in the absence of everything else, the vacuum boils with activity. Particles appear, then vanish. Virtual energy flickers into existence and disappears again, all in fractions of a second. This is quantum vacuum energy, and it leads us to one of the most astonishing and mysterious puzzles in science. The vacuum energy paradox. Let's unpack it. In quantum field theory, every field that permeates the universe, electromagnetic, gravitational, and more, has a baseline energy, even when nothing is present. This zero-point energy isn't zero at all. It means that space itself has an inherent hum, like a quiet engine running in the background of reality. Particles pop into existence, borrowing energy from the vacuum, only to return it quickly. These virtual particles can't be observed directly, but their effects are real. We see them in the Casimir effect, where two metal plates in a vacuum are pushed together, not by air or light, but by fluctuations in the vacuum itself. We see them in Hawking radiation, as black holes slowly evaporate due to quantum effects at their edges. And we see them in the expansion of the universe. Here's where the paradox arises. According to quantum theory, the vacuum energy of space should be immense. Theoretical calculations suggest it should be powerful enough to rip the universe apart instantly. But it doesn't. When physicists compare this predicted vacuum energy to the measured cosmological constant, the actual expansion of the universe, the numbers differ by a factor of, wait for it, 101 to 20. That's a 1 followed by 120 zeros. It's considered the worst prediction in physics. No one knows why there's such a colossal mismatch between theory and observation. Some call it fine-tuning. Some say it hints at new physics. Some think it points to the existence of a multiverse, with different universes having different vacuum energies, and we just happen to be in one where it's low enough for life to exist. But no explanation is fully satisfying, because at the heart of this paradox is a deeper question. How can something come from nothing? And even deeper, is nothing ever truly nothing? In our everyday language, nothing means absence. But in quantum reality, nothing is pregnant with potential, an ocean of possibility beneath apparent stillness. And that's where the paradox turns poetic. Because perhaps the universe didn't begin from something. Perhaps it was a fluctuation in vacuum energy, a blip in the nothing, a moment when the quantum fields of nothing gave birth to everything. You, me, galaxies, songs, pain, wonder, all emerging from the vacuum's quiet pulse. So what do we do with that? It humbles us. It shakes our idea of cause and effect. It reminds us that silence is never truly silent. Even in the quietest corners of space, something stirs. Even in your quietest thoughts, energy flickers. So tonight, as you lay still, remember, stillness is not emptiness. It is readiness. It is the space where beginnings are born. You may feel small in the face of such vast mystery, but you are made of it. You are not outside the paradox. You are the paradox. Chapter 30. The Raven Paradox. Imagine you're out for a walk, somewhere quiet, somewhere peaceful. The air is cool, still, and the day moves slowly around you. You pause under a tree and hear the rustle of feathers. A raven lands on a low branch, its feathers smooth and black as polished obsidian. It looks at you. You look back. You've seen ravens before, many times. In every instance, they've been black. There's something comforting about the predictability of this. You don't think twice. You file the sighting away in your mind as another quiet confirmation of what you already know. All ravens are black. It's a belief you've never had reason to question. And in this small, ordinary moment, there's nothing to question. But that's where the paradox begins. Because sometimes the most unsettling thoughts are born not in chaos or contradiction, but in the stillness of what seems too obvious. You keep walking, and now you see something else. A green apple on the ground sitting among the grass and fallen leaves. You pick it up, glance at its color, its smooth, waxy surface. It's not black, and it's definitely not a raven. And here, somehow, the paradox finds you. Because the strange truth is that this green apple sitting quietly in your hand offers a tiny piece of confirmation that all ravens are black. That doesn't feel right, does it? The logic behind this begins with a simple observation. The claim, all ravens are black, is logically equivalent to another, less familiar one. All non-black things are non-ravens. These two statements mean the same thing in the language of formal logic. If you accept one, you must accept the other. And so, if you see something that is not black and not a raven, like this green apple, it fits that second formulation. Which means technically, you've just confirmed the first one too. But your mind resists that conclusion. You don't feel like the apple gave you any information about ravens. It's not even in the same category. It's just fruit. Still, the logic insists that it helped your case. The paradox lives in this gap between what formal reasoning tells you and what your intuitive mind accepts. It's a quiet clash between two ways of knowing. Logic says yes, intuition says no, and you, caught in the middle, are left wondering who to trust. This is what makes the Raven paradox so quietly powerful. It doesn't shock you. It doesn't scream. It just shifts your footing in a place you thought was solid. Because if a green apple can confirm something about ravens, then maybe the world is stranger than it first appears. Think for a moment about what you consider evidence. Maybe you think of scientific experiments, or patterns you observe, or stories you've heard again and again. You form beliefs based on what feels meaningful. You trust what seems connected. And yet, sometimes evidence hides in places that don't feel connected at all. We're used to thinking of confirmation in terms of repetition. You believe something, and the more you see of it, the more secure your belief becomes. Another black raven reinforces your theory. Another familiar experience reassures you that the world works the way you thought it did. But what if your belief system is being confirmed in ways you can't perceive? What if it's supported by everything that doesn't contradict it, even the irrelevant, the unnoticed, the forgotten? The paradox reveals a blind spot, not in your logic, but in your expectation that logic and relevance will always align. Because they don't. Seeing a green apple may technically support the statement that all ravens are black, but it doesn't feel relevant. And perhaps that's because your brain isn't just looking for truth. It's looking for meaning. There's a difference. Truth can be bare, cold, isolated, but meaning is contextual. It needs a thread to connect one thing to another. Without that thread, you don't feel the truth, even if it's there. This is why the green apple seems irrelevant. Because you're not just seeking confirmation. You're seeking resonance. A black raven and your belief about raven color share a frequency. They hum together. A green apple is silent. But logic doesn't hum. It clicks. It ticks. It doesn't ask for relevance. It only asks for consistency. The paradox also brings something else to light, something almost hidden beneath the logic. How often do we ignore the things that don't contradict us? Think about it. When you hold a belief, any belief, how much attention do you give to the millions of daily observations that silently align with it? The things that don't challenge it, that don't interrupt? They pass by unnoticed. You remember the black raven because it fits your idea, but the green apple, you forget it as soon as you put it down, and yet it was on your side. How many beliefs do you hold right now, confirmed not just by what you see, but by what you fail to see as relevant? The Raven paradox gently reminds us that the landscape of belief is larger than we think, that evidence can come from anywhere, even the margins, even from places your attention never lands. So maybe the real lesson isn't just about logic. It's about humility. It's about acknowledging that our minds filter reality in ways we rarely notice. That our idea of what counts as evidence is shaped by more than reason. It's shaped by emotion, by focus, by habit. And in a way, the paradox is beautiful, because it reveals something quietly profound. That truth doesn't always need to be loud. It can sit quietly in a piece of fruit, in a shoe, in a cloud, in something not black and not a raven. Maybe the world is always speaking to your beliefs. You just haven't been listening in the right direction.
So tonight, as the mind slows, let this thought stay with you. Not everything that confirms your beliefs will look like the thing you believe in. Not everything that supports your truth will speak in the same language. Sometimes, what matters most is learning to recognize agreement, even when it wears a different face, even when it looks like something small and green and ordinary.
And if that's the case, If the green apple is on your side, then maybe the universe is more generous than you thought. You just have to learn how to hear it. Coming next, what if the most likely form of consciousness in the universe is just a brain that floats alone? Chapter 31. The Boltzmann Brain Paradox. Close your eyes and imagine nothing, not darkness, not space, not the absence of sound or sensation. Imagine nothing at all. No stars, no planets, no fields of matter, no time. And in the middle of that emptiness, something flickers into existence, just for a moment. It's a brain, a perfect human brain, not attached to a body, not floating in space, just there, fully formed, with a complex web of neurons and memories. It remembers being born. It remembers walking. It remembers parents, childhood, lovers, fears, failures, mornings filled with light. It remembers everything, but none of it ever happened. This is the Boltzmann brain. And if some physicists are right, it might be you. Not because you're delusional, but because, statistically, that's what's most likely. And this is where the paradox begins. To understand it, we need to take a step back, into entropy, into thermodynamics, into the way our universe seems to unfold. According to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy always increases. That means the universe tends toward disorder, chaos, brokenness. From the neatness of a newly made bed to the messiness of time passing, everything drifts toward the unmade. But every now and then, by sheer chance, disorder reverses itself. A tiny pattern emerges in the noise. An improbable moment forms. Maybe a few molecules realign. A structure takes shape. It might be tiny, just a ripple in the void. But in rare cases, it could be much more. This idea led physicist Ludwig Boltzmann to propose something radical. If the universe is eternal and governed by random fluctuations, then over enough time, all sorts of things will happen by chance. An ice cube will form in a hot room. A deck of cards will sort itself. A dinosaur might reassemble, bone by bone from dust. Not because it should, but because in an infinite span of time, anything with non-zero probability will eventually happen. And so, Boltzmann reasoned, maybe the order we see around us, the galaxies, the stars, the lives we live, is just one of those fluctuations. A rare moment of coherence in an otherwise disordered cosmos. But here's the problem. If such order arises by chance, then the simplest ordered things are far more likely to appear than complex ones. It is easier to randomly assemble a single brain with false memories than an entire universe filled with stars, physics, and life. Which means, statistically, you are more likely to be one of these random minds than a real human being embedded in a real universe. That's the paradox. If we take the laws of entropy seriously and apply them across an eternal timeline, then our best theories suggest that most conscious observers should not be people like you and me, who evolved over billions of years. They should be minds that simply appeared, fully formed, and then vanished. Brains that dreamed lives they never lived. Thoughts that imagined entire worlds in a breath, and then were gone. It sounds like science fiction, but it's not. It's a real consequence of how we think probability works on cosmic scales, and it leads to a disturbing question. If Boltzmann brains are more probable than biological humans, then why do you seem to live in a world that makes sense? Why do you experience time? Why does everything behave consistently, from sunrise to gravity to the sound of your own name? Why does it all feel real? The uncomfortable answer is, maybe it's not. Maybe you're just in the middle of a perfect hallucination. One so precise, so intricate, so emotionally rich, that you'll never suspect it was all fiction. A dream lasting only a heartbeat. A flicker of self-awareness that believes in years. And when it ends, there's nothing left. No trace, no memory, not even silence. But this leads to another problem. If our best scientific models predict that most conscious observers are fake, then shouldn't we doubt those models? Shouldn't a good theory predict the kind of observer we actually are? Physicists have wrestled with this. Some argue that the paradox exposes a flaw in how we think about entropy or probability. Others say that if our models suggest we're likely to be Boltzmann brains, then those models must be wrong, because we don't feel like disembodied hallucinations. We feel grounded. We feel real. Still others suggest that maybe consciousness can just arise from a random arrangement of matter, that maybe it needs more than structure. Maybe it needs context, continuity, a body, a past, a future. But there's no consensus. The paradox lingers. It lingers because it touches something we rarely question, our own reality. We like to believe that our memories point backward to events that happened, that our thoughts are tethered to the world, that our senses reflect something outside of us. But what if they don't? What if the connection between experience and truth is more fragile than we think? What if the feeling of being real is just that? A feeling. There's something deeply lonely in the idea of the Boltzmann brain. Something ghostly. You exist, but only for a moment. You carry a story, but it's borrowed, constructed, fragile. You speak, but no one hears. No home, no sky, no continuation, just you. And yet, maybe that's all it takes. Maybe consciousness, however brief, is still something. Maybe even a flickering awareness in a sea of nothing still matters. Because it was. Because it noticed. Because for a moment, there was something it could call me. And maybe that's enough. Still, the paradox remains a challenge, not just to physics but to meaning itself. What does it mean to live in a universe where reality is a matter of probability? What does it mean to be conscious, if that consciousness might be untethered? What does it mean to exist, if your very existence might be the rarest illusion of all? You may not be a Boltzmann brain. In fact, you probably aren't. But the paradox asks you to consider it, to sit with the possibility, to feel for just a moment what it would mean to be one. And then to ask yourself, does that change anything? Would knowing this make you live differently? Would it make your memories feel less precious, or more? Because whether you are a dream or a person, a flicker or a lifetime, this moment is still yours. And in the end, maybe that's the only certainty that matters. Coming next, why do we cry for imaginary people and feel pain from things we know aren't real? Chapter 32. The Paradox of Fiction. You're watching a film. The room is quiet, lit only by the soft flicker of a screen. A character is crying. She's lost someone who mattered, someone whose absence sits like a weight in her chest. The music swells, her voice trembles. You feel something tighten in your throat. You know it's not real. She's an actress. The tears are glycerin. The set is made of plywood. And yet, there you are, blinking away your own tears. Why? Why do we feel so deeply for people we know do not exist? Why do we grieve for imaginary losses? Cheer for fictional triumphs? Feel joy, anger, love for characters who were never born and will never die? This is the paradox of fiction. It's a soft paradox, not one that snaps like a trap, but one that drifts into the quiet spaces of emotion, places logic doesn't always reach. To begin, it helps to recognize the ingredients of the puzzle. We feel real emotions, sometimes deep ones, for fictional situations. But we also know those situations aren't real. We are not deceived. We're not confused. And yet, the emotions come anyway. Philosophers have tried to make sense of this. Some argue that emotion always requires belief. You fear something because you believe it's a threat. You feel pity because you believe someone is suffering. But if you don't believe the situation is real, if you know it as a story, then why should the emotion follow? And yet it does. You cry when the hero dies. You smile when the lovers reunite. You hold your breath when the character walks into the dark room, even though part of you knows the next beat is scripted, planned, lit, and edited. So where do these feelings come from? One answer is that belief and emotion are not as tightly linked as we imagine. Maybe it's not belief that powers the emotion, but something softer. something like imagination. You don't believe the character is real, but you imagine, vividly, completely, willingly, what it would be like if she were. You suspend disbelief not because you're tricked, but because you want to feel. You invite the story in. The emotions that follow aren't fake. They're anchored in a real experience, the experience of what it would be like. And maybe that's the key. Fiction doesn't offer you facts. It offers you possibilities. It says, feel this, try this, walk this road in someone else's shoes, borrow their heartbeat for a while. It's not about deception. It's about exploration. And your mind, your heart, your nervous system, they respond. Because they don't need reality to generate real responses. They need vividness. They need meaning. And fiction provides both. But the paradox runs deeper. Because the emotions you feel during fiction are often not just real, they are sometimes more real than the ones you feel in life. You might cry harder at a novel than at a funeral. You might feel more clarity about love after watching a play than you did in a relationship. You might learn something about yourself or the world or your grief through a character that never breathed. And that feels backwards, upside down. How can something invented reach deeper than something lived? Maybe it's because fiction distills. It compresses. It arranges life into shapes we can hold. In real life, emotions come tangled, messy, unpredictable, layered with distractions. But in fiction, they are sculpted, concentrated, framed in a way that makes them easier to face. And because of that framing, we open ourselves more fully. We let ourselves feel. We weep for characters because it's safe. Because they can't judge us. Because we know the stakes and the arc and the end. We know it's not about us. And yet somehow, it is. Fiction creates space, a mirror, a landscape of feeling where the risk is low, but the return is high. And maybe that's why we care. Because even though the character isn't real, the experience is. And even though the story is made up, the resonance is true. The paradox of fiction invites you to consider just how porous the line is between real and imagined. It asks you to acknowledge that emotions don't need truth, they need meaning. And meaning can be made from ink and paper, from pixels, from sound, from silence. It also reminds us of something tender, that we are made not just of facts and logic, but of stories. That we are creatures who respond to narrative like flowers to sunlight. You are not less rational because you cried over a film. You are not foolish because you mourned a fictional death. You are alive. You are empathetic. You are willing to let the unreal shape the real inside you. And that, in a way, is a kind of magic. Tonight, let the stories come. The ones you've read, the ones you've watched, the ones you've told yourself in the quiet of your own mind. Let them echo. Let them soften you, not because they are true in the strictest sense, but because they show you something about who you are when the world lets you feel. Fiction is a lie, but it is a lie that tells the truth. Coming next, what happens when probability refuses to behave and logic falls apart inside a simple lottery? Chapter 33. The Lottery Paradox. Picture yourself holding a lottery ticket. The numbers are printed clearly. The paper is smooth between your fingers. The odds are astronomical, millions to one. You know, in the deepest and most rational part of your mind, that this ticket will not win. And yet you hesitate to throw it away. Because someone has to win, don't they? This is the paradox. You believe, quite reasonably, that for each individual ticket, the chance of winning is so low that it is safe to assume it won to win. You could say this of any single ticket in the pile. Of ticket number 1, ticket number 2, ticket number 3, all the way up through millions. Each one alone seems like a certain loser. But here's where things turn. You also know, with equal confidence, that one of them must win. That's how the lottery is designed. So now you're left with a strange contradiction. You believe of each individual ticket that it won't win. And yet you also believe that one of those tickets will win. How can both of those things be true? This is the lottery paradox, and it touches something deeply human, how we handle uncertainty, how we treat probability as near certainty, and how belief operates when it's stretched across the impossible and the inevitable. Let's linger with it. Imagine a jar filled with 1,000,000 slips of paper. Only one says winner. The rest are blank. You reach in, you pull one out. You look at it, and it's blank. You try again. Another blank, another. At some point, you begin to assume that any slip you pull will be empty. It becomes a safe bet, a belief. And yet you also know that somewhere in that jar, one slip is not like the others. It's there. You can feel the certainty of it, even as every pull proves otherwise. So here is the heart of the paradox. If it's rational to believe that each individual ticket will lose, and yet irrational to believe that all tickets will lose, where does belief begin to break? Where does it bend so far that it folds in on itself? The paradox asks you to consider what it means to believe something based on likelihood rather than certainty. If you believe that something probably won to happen, can you treat it as if it won T? Most of the time, that's exactly what we do. You believe your car will start in the morning. You believe the plane will land safely. You believe the medicine will work. Not because these things are guaranteed, but because they're likely. Because experience and numbers and repetition say they will. But probability is slippery. It lets you believe in something while still allowing for its opposite. And the lottery paradox forces you to confront the edge of that belief, where acting on what's almost certain creates a web of contradiction. Because when you apply the reasoning to each ticket, yes, that one won't win, and that one, and that one, it seems harmless, logical, safe. But when you step back, when you look at the entire collection and hold all those beliefs together, you realize they cannot all be true at once. One ticket will win. At least one belief must be wrong. And yet you are rational each step of the way. So what does that mean? Maybe it means that rationality, like belief, has limits. That what feels logical on a small scale breaks when stretched too far. Or maybe it reveals something more uncomfortable. That believing in things piecemeal can lead you away from truth. Each small belief seems innocent, but together they contradict. It's like saying, I trust every individual person in this room to tell the truth, but also believing at least one of them is definitely lying. Both might feel reasonable, but they can't both be true.
So the paradox lingers. Some philosophers argue that we should revise how we treat belief, that we shouldn't believe a single ticket will lose, even if it's likely. Instead, we should treat high-probability events not as certainties, but as things we're inclined to expect, without claiming belief. Others suggest that belief isn't binary. It's not a light switch, it's a dimmer.
You don't believe something or not. You believe it to a degree. But even that doesn't fully resolve the tension. Because the paradox isn't just about tickets or numbers or logic. It's about how we live with uncertainty. Every day, you walk through a world filled with unknowns. You make decisions based on what's likely, what's probable, what feels true. You trust patterns. You lean on expectations. But the truth is, your life is made up of lotteries. Tiny ones, unfolding in every moment. The chance that your keys are where you left them. The chance that a stranger will smile. The chance that today will be ordinary or extraordinary. And you believe in those chances. You must, because certainty is rare. And still, somewhere inside, you know that belief, no matter how careful, can always be wrong. That's not a flaw. It's part of being human. The lottery paradox doesn't exist to confuse you. It exists to remind you, to humble you. It says, be careful when you carry too many beliefs at once, even the small ones, especially the small ones. It says, remember that what feels safe may still surprise you. And perhaps most of all, it says, it is possible to be rational and still be wrong. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, think of the jar of slips, the millions of maybes, the single yes. You don't know which slip is yours. You never do. But that's not a reason to stop believing. It's a reason to hold your beliefs gently, lightly, with room for wonder and doubt and the unexpected. Because even if the odds say no, even if every sign points away, one of them will win, and that too is part of the story. Coming next, what happens when infinite rewards break the rules of rational decision-making? Chapter 34, Pascal's Wager and Infinite Payoff. Paradoxes. You're faced with a choice, not between two jobs or two cities or two people, but between belief and disbelief. A quiet voice in the back of your mind asks, what if God exists? Not necessarily the God of religion. Maybe just something, a force, a presence, a consciousness, a mystery bigger than you. And just as quickly, another voice answers, what if he doesn't? This isn't a new question. You've likely felt it before, in the hush of night, in a moment of grief, in a moment of awe. You wonder what's out there, if anything. And one day, centuries ago, a man named Blaise Pascal asked the same question, but in the language of logic. Pascal wasn't just a philosopher. He was a mathematician, a scientist, a thinker who sought structure in the unpredictable, and he offered a wager, not a proof, not a theology, but a bet, a gamble on the nature of belief. He said, you can either believe in God or not. Let's say those are your only two options, and either God exists or he doesn't. That gives you 4 possible outcomes. If you believe and God exists, you gain everything: eternal joy, infinite reward. If you believe and God doesn't exist, you lose very little. Maybe a few indulgences, maybe a bit of time spent in prayer, but you still lived a meaningful life. If you don't believe and God doesn't exist, you gain a little freedom, a few pleasures, nothing more. But if you don't believe and God does exist, you risk losing everything: eternity, the infinite. So Pascal asks, if the potential gain is infinite and the potential loss is finite, isn't belief the safer bet? That's the heart of Pascal's wager. Not that belief is true, but that it's the most rational choice. Because when you're dealing with infinite stakes, the math breaks. And suddenly, the smallest chance becomes everything. It's unsettling, isn't it? To think that a decision so enormous could be reduced to a table of probabilities. But this is the paradox, because Pascal's wager isn't really about belief. It's about what we do when we face uncertainty, especially when the outcomes are vast beyond comprehension. And this logic, the infinite payoff paradox, doesn't end with God. It appears in economics, in ethics, in AI safety, in existential risk. Anytime you're faced with a choice that might lead to infinite gain or infinite loss, and you're uncertain about the odds, you're caught in the same bind. Because no matter how small the chance, infinity overwhelms it. Imagine someone tells you there's a 1 in a trillion chance that pushing a button will destroy the universe. Do you push it? Of course not. Because even the tiniest risk, when paired with infinite loss, feels too big. Now flip it. What if there is a 1 in a trillion chance that donating $1 will bring about eternal bliss for all sentient beings? Do you donate? If you're using Pascalian logic, maybe you should. Even if the probability is tiny, the potential reward is infinite. The expected value outweighs almost anything else you could do. And here's where the paradox deepens. Because this kind of thinking, when applied seriously, starts to distort your priorities. It says, forget the immediate, the tangible, the certain. Focus only on the long shot, the infinite, the maybe. And soon you're caught in a loop of hypothetical reasoning. You start living for futures that might never come, for beings that might never exist, for risks that might never be real. You begin to drown in possibility. And yet, isn't that what hope is? A wager? A choice to believe in something not yet seen? The truth is, we all live by wagers. Every day, you bet that the sun will rise, that your loved ones will still be there tomorrow, that the bridges you cross won't collapse, that your choices matter. You don't know these things with certainty, but you act as if. You believe. And maybe that's the heart of Pascal's idea, not about theology, but about human nature, that we are creatures who must act under uncertainty. And in doing so, we reveal who we are. But here's the twist. Belief, real belief, can't be faked. You can just choose to believe in God like placing a coin on red or black. Faith doesn't work like that. It's not a lever you pull because the math says so. It grows, it wrestles, it falters. And doubt isn't the opposite of belief. It's the soil from which belief often blooms. So even if Pascal's wager makes logical sense, you may still feel its emptiness, because belief that comes only from self-preservation isn't love, it isn't trust. It's fear disguised as faith. And yet, the paradox remains. Because infinite outcomes do matter. Because the things we cannot see often shape us more than the things we can. Because somewhere in the vastness of the universe, you are still just one small mind trying to make sense of it all. And if belief helps you live better, kinder, calmer, more present, then maybe that's its own kind of wager. A wager not on eternity, but on today. You don't have to be sure. You don't have to have answers. You only need to ask, what kind of life do I want to live? Even if I never know what's true? Pascal's wager asks you to believe for the sake of the infinite. But maybe you can believe, for the sake of the now, in kindness, in meaning, in something sacred in the face of uncertainty. And that doesn't mean abandoning reason. It means expanding it, making space for awe, for mystery, for the quiet possibility that there is more than we know. So tonight, as the world softens around you, let the paradox sit with you. You are a creature caught between the finite and the infinite, between logic and longing, between knowing and wondering. And in that space, belief is born, not certainty, but something gentler, a light you carry, even in the dark. Chapter 35, The Parfait Teleportation Thought Experiment. You step into the chamber. It's quiet, sterile. You're surrounded by soft white light, and somewhere behind the walls you can hear the steady hum of a machine you don't understand. A voice, calm and mechanical, tells you to breathe deeply, that the process will take less than a second. That on the other side, everything will be the same, that you'll arrive before you even know you've left. You close your eyes. There's a moment, a flicker, and then you open them. You're standing on Mars. The room looks identical. The air is thinner, but breathable. You remember the chamber, the hum, the breath you took just before. You remember the morning coffee, the person who said goodbye, the feeling of your own nervous smile. You look in the mirror. It's still you. Same eyes, same scars, same sense of humor, same memories. You know who you are. But then, a thought creeps in. Are you really you? Because something else happened, just before you appeared here. Something the technicians didn't say aloud. In that first chamber on Earth, your body was scanned. Every molecule, every neuron, every flicker of brain activity. And then, once the copy was constructed, the original was destroyed. You are not the same atoms. You are a perfect replica. You have no physical continuity with the body that stood in the first chamber. Only a pattern, only a memory. So, are you the same person, or are you just a very convincing copy? This is the question posed by philosopher Derek Parfait, a question about identity, about continuity, about what it really means to be you. We like to believe that we are one person, stretched out through time like a thread, that from birth to now, despite all the changes in our body and mind, we've remained fundamentally ourselves. There's a sense of unity we cling to, a deep, quiet belief that we are more than just a moment, that we're a story. But Parfait challenges that belief. He asks, what makes you the same person from one moment to the next? Is it your body? That can't be it. Not completely, because your body changes constantly. The cells in your skin replace themselves. The lining of your stomach is new every few days. Even your bones are gradually rebuilt. After 7 years, almost none of your original matter remains. So maybe it's your brain. But even your brain isn't fixed. Memories shift, neurons change. Who you were 10 years ago isn't who you are now. Not really. So then, is it memory? The continuity of thought? That seems closer. You remember being a child. You remember growing. You have the thread of experience. But the teleportation machine breaks that thread. It cuts the physical chain and replaces it with a duplicate. Identical in every way, but born a moment ago. It remembers stepping into the chamber. But it didn't. It only remembers doing so. And yet, what's the difference? If the copy thinks it's you, if it feels what you felt, fears what you feared, loves who you loved, how can you say it's not? If it suffers, if it hopes, if it dreams, isn't that enough? Or does identity require something more? Imagine now that the machine malfunctions. It creates the copy, but doesn't destroy the original. Now there are two of you. Two people, each believing they are the one who stepped into the chamber, each with the same name, the same memories, the same favorite book, the same private smile. Which one is you? You might say, the original, the one who was never broken down. But both of them will claim the same. So maybe identity isn't a singular object, but a pattern. Maybe what matters isn't being the same person, but being a continuation of who you were. Not a thread, but a wave, a movement, a rhythm passed from moment to moment. And that wave can be replicated, multiplied. You might feel that this undermines the self, that it makes you fragile, replaceable. But Parfait didn't see it that way. He believed that when you understand the self as a pattern, rather than a permanent thing, something else emerges. Compassion. Because if there is no hard line between you and others, if the self is just a shifting pattern, then the boundaries soften. The idea of selfishness starts to dissolve. If identity is less fixed than we think, then maybe the care we give ourselves can be extended outward. Maybe what happens to others matters just as much. Maybe it always did. This isn't just abstract philosophy. It touches something real. Think about your past self. The child who cried over lost toys. The teenager who feared rejection. The version of you who once dreamed of something you've now forgotten. They're gone. They don't exist anymore. But you still feel connected to them. You honor them. You carry them forward. And that, perhaps, is what it means to be you. Not a static soul, not an unchanging center, but a process of remembering, evolving, continuing. And if that's true, then maybe the person who steps off the teleportation pad on Mars or anywhere else is you. Because they continue the story. Because they feel the weight of your choices. Because they still whisper the same name when no one's listening. Tonight, let that thought rest with you. Not as something to fear, but something to hold gently. You are not a thing. You are a becoming. A collection of moments, stitched together not by atoms, but by attention, by meaning. And whether you walk through time on one path or many, what matters is the love you carry with you, the memories you choose to keep, the story you continue to write. Coming next, can two particles be separated by light years and still behave as if they are one? Chapter 36, The Paradox of Quantum Entanglement. Somewhere in the universe, two particles are created together. Maybe in the heart of a star, maybe in a lab, coaxed into being by delicate instruments and minds full of wonder. They begin their existence side by side, born from the same process, tied by the same event. And then they are separated. One moves left, the other right. They drift apart, first by inches, then miles, then maybe light years. But somehow, something strange remains. A connection, not physical, not visible, but real. When scientists measure one of the particles, they instantly learn something about the other. Not just a similarity, an exact, perfectly matched correlation. They might be measuring spin or polarization or some other quantum property. But the outcome of one tells you, without delay, what the outcome of the other must be. Even if they're galaxies apart, no signal is sent. No force travels between them. And yet, the change happens. Immediately. Simultaneously. As if distance itself had no meaning. This is quantum entanglement. It doesn't sound like something that should be possible. Einstein didn't like it. He called it spooky action at a distance. Because in his view, and in the view of classical physics, nothing could travel faster than light. No influence could leap across space without time. But entanglement doesn't obey that rule. And it isn't a theoretical curiosity. It's been tested, again and again, with increasing precision. The experiments are strange, but the results are clear. Entangled particles behave like parts of a single system, even when separated by vast distances. If you measure one, you affect the other. But not in a way you can control. That's important. Entanglement doesn't let you send messages faster than light. You can't use it to cheat time or win the lottery. It doesn't break causality. But it does show us that separateness is not as simple as we thought. These particles are not just matched. They're entangled. They don't just resemble each other. They share a state. A quantum state. One that can't be fully described without including both particles at once. This raises a strange, quiet question. If two things can be separated by space, but not by reality, what does separate even mean? Entanglement suggests that the universe is more than a collection of isolated objects bumping into each other. It might be a web, a tapestry, a vast system where distance is an illusion and connection is the default. In a classical world, things are either here or there, one or the other, measurable, separate, safe. But the quantum world is slippery. It resists labels. It whispers contradictions. A particle can be in two places at once. It can act like a wave. It can change behavior when you observe it. And when it becomes entangled with another, it stops being just itself. It becomes part of something larger, something indivisible. You might be wondering, what does this have to do with you? You're not a subatomic particle, you're a person, with memories and hopes and thoughts too big for microscopes. But maybe entanglement isn't limited to particles. Maybe it's an idea, a metaphor, a reality that echoes upward through the layers of existence. Think about this. Have you ever felt a connection to someone that didn't make sense? Someone who finished your sentences, knew your mood before you spoke. Someone whose pain made you ache, even from far away. Maybe it was a friend, a sibling, a lover. Maybe it was someone you hadn't seen in years. But when they crossed your mind, the phone rang. Science wouldn't call this entanglement. Not formally. But your experience might. Because the feeling of entanglement isn't just about particles. It's about presence. Resonance. The sense that something between you and another isn't confined to space or time. We live in a world that teaches us to think of ourselves as separate, as bounded, as individual. But maybe at the deepest level, we're not. Maybe we're entangled, not just with people, but with places, with moments, with memories, with everything that's ever mattered to us. And maybe the fabric of reality is stitched with threads we can't see, but still feel. Quantum entanglement doesn't offer comfort. It doesn't tell us why we're here or what to do with our hearts. But it reminds us that the universe is more connected than it appears. It reminds us that distance doesn't always mean disconnection. And that even across the vastness of space, two parts of the same whole can still dance to the same rhythm. So tonight, as you lie still and the world grows quiet, think of those entangled particles. Tiny, silent, invisible, and yet in perfect harmony. They were once together, then apart, but something deeper remained. Maybe that's what love is. Maybe that's what memory is. Maybe that's what we all are, a part of something larger, something that never truly breaks. And even if you can't measure it or prove it or send a message through it, maybe somewhere, someone else feels it too. Chapter 37. The Paradox of the Preface. You have written a book. It is long, carefully researched, thoughtfully constructed. Each chapter dives into a different topic: history, philosophy, science. You have checked your sources, cited your claims, reviewed every argument with care. And in the front of the book, just before the first chapter, you write a short note, a preface. It begins something like this. Although I believe each chapter in this book is accurate, I also recognize that, given the complexity of the subjects and the possibility of human error, it is likely that at least one statement in this book is incorrect. You move on. You publish the book. The readers begin to turn the pages, but a philosopher picks up your book and pauses. He circles the preface, and he smiles. Because what you have written is a paradox, a quiet, humble one, a paradox not of logic or time, but of belief. It is called the Paradox of the Preface, and it asks this: how can you believe each individual statement in a book is true, while also believing that at least one of them is probably false? Is that not a contradiction? If you believe every statement is true, then you should believe the whole book is true, but you do not. And if you believe something in the book is false, then should you not doubt at least one chapter, one claim, one footnote? But you do not. You believe every part, and you also believe the whole is fallible. So, which is it? This is the quiet dilemma, not dramatic, not paradoxical in the flashy sense, but quietly, deeply human, because it mirrors something you do all the time. Every day you walk through the world holding hundreds of beliefs about yourself, about others, about how things work, how people behave, what is right, what is real, and for the most part, you believe them. You act as if they are true. You build your life on them. You speak, decide, and feel with confidence. But you also know you have been wrong before. You have changed your mind. You have discovered errors, updated your views, realized that things you once believed firmly were incomplete or simply false. So what do you do with that? How can you continue holding your current beliefs when you suspect that some of them are probably wrong? That is the heart of the Paradox of the Preface. It reveals a tension between two instincts: the need to trust your thinking and the humility to know it is fallible. Together, they create a paradox, not because you have done something illogical, but because the very act of being human requires you to do something contradictory, to believe and to doubt at the same time. Let us return to the book. When you read a history text, you do not question every sentence. You assume the dates are correct, the names accurate, the claims supported. You do not have time to check each one, but you also know that even the best historians make mistakes. So you trust each part and suspect the whole. That is not irrational. It is practical. You hold a belief until you are given reason to revise it. But here is where the paradox deepens. In formal logic, believing each member of a set implies believing the set as a whole. But that is not how people think. We do not hold beliefs like stones in a basket. We hold them like threads in a tapestry, woven, shifting, responsive to pressure. And sometimes we believe things provisionally. We say, this seems true, while also saying, but I am open to new information. This kind of belief is dynamic, flexible. It lives in motion, and maybe that is not a flaw. Maybe that is a strength. Because if you waited to be certain before believing anything, you would never move, you would never speak, never decide, never grow. Certainty is rare, but trust is how you navigate the fog. The paradox of the preface also lives in relationships. You trust your closest friends. You believe what they tell you. You accept their stories, their accounts of who they are. And yet, you know they are human. They misremember, misunderstand, misspeak. You trust the whole, but you know some part may be flawed. And still, you love them. You believe in them. Not blindly, but generously. And maybe that is what this paradox is trying to teach you. That belief does not require perfection. That trust is not the absence of doubt. It is the willingness to continue even when doubt is present. That fallibility does not cancel confidence. It tempers it. So what do you do with this? You live it. You keep reading, keep speaking, keep believing. You write your own preface, not with words, but with posture. You say, here is what I know, and also, I might be wrong. You say, this is what I believe, but I am listening. That is not weakness, that is wisdom, because the alternative is paralysis. To demand certainty before acting is to stay still forever. To refuse to believe anything until all doubt is gone is to never begin. But if you can say, I trust this, even though it may contain a flaw, then you are free. Free to speak with humility, free to live with openness, free to love without guarantees. So tonight, let the paradox sit beside you. Let it remind you that truth does not always come wrapped in certainty. Sometimes it arrives with a question mark. Sometimes it arrives with a preface, a gentle note whispering, I believe, and yet I know I could be wrong. And still you turn the page, and still you keep reading. Because life is not lived in absolutes. It is lived in movement, in thought, in feeling, in dialogue. And maybe, just maybe, the preface is the most honest part of the book. Chapter 38. The Paradox of Moral Responsibility. You hear a story. Someone made a choice, an awful one. They caused harm, lied, betrayed trust. They did something you believe they shouldn't have done. And immediately, your mind begins to assign responsibility. They knew what they were doing. They made that decision freely. They should be held accountable. But then, another thought comes. What if they didn't really choose? What if everything that led to that moment, every word they'd ever heard, every fear, every neuron, every childhood influence, every genetic tendency, what if all of it made that action inevitable? And if it was inevitable, how can they be blamed? This is the paradox. You believe in accountability, but you also believe in causality. In a world where things happen for reasons, where choices are the result of causes that stretch far into the past, causes we rarely see, causes we never control. And if that's true, then where does moral responsibility live? We like to think we are free, that we could have done otherwise, that we stood at the fork in the road and made a choice, not because of what we were pushed to do, but because of who we are. We reward people for their goodness. We punish them for their cruelty. We teach children right from wrong with the understanding that they will, someday, be responsible for the choices they make. But what if those choices were never really theirs? What if they were always going to happen exactly the way they did? This is the problem at the heart of moral responsibility in a deterministic world. If everything has a cause, and if every cause leads inevitably to its effect, then everything that happens, including every decision, was always going to happen that way. And that includes your decisions, mine, everyone's. Think about yourself, your values, your habits, your beliefs. You didn't choose where you were born. You didn't choose your parents or your first language. You didn't choose your earliest fears or the voices that shaped your sense of worth. You didn't choose the moments that made you cautious or impulsive or kind. All of that happened to you, and yet those things become the soil from which your choices grow. So, are they really choices? And if they aren't, what happens to justice, to accountability, to praise, or blame, or guilt? Some thinkers say we must abandon the idea of responsibility entirely, that in a fully determined universe, nobody can be truly responsible for anything. People act as they are bound to act. Punishment and blame, they say, are illusions, tools we use to reinforce norms, but not reflections of deep truth. But others push back. They say we can still make space for responsibility, not in the absence of causes, but because of how we process them. They say, yes, we are shaped. Yes, we are influenced, but we are also aware. And in that awareness, in that moment between stimulus and response, something else can emerge. Reflection, deliberation, self-regulation. In that sliver of space, some argue, lies our freedom. Not freedom from causes, but freedom within them. But even that view is fragile, because for some people that space is narrower. Some carry trauma. Others have brain disorders. Some were raised in cruelty, denied love, shaped by violence. Their ability to pause, to reflect, to choose differently was damaged before they ever had a chance. Do we hold them responsible the same way? Should we? Maybe moral responsibility isn't one thing, but a spectrum. Maybe it bends with capacity, with context, with care. Maybe it's not about blame, not about punishment. Maybe it's about understanding. And maybe, when we understand more, we judge less. That doesn't mean actions don't matter. They do. Harm is still harm. Injustice is still injustice. But it means we can respond to wrongdoing in a way that heals instead of simply reacting with vengeance. We can seek restoration. We can ask what led to the harm. We can imagine a world where people are accountable, not because they were free of all influence, but because their actions still left a mark that must be acknowledged. Think of a river. It flows because of gravity, because of rainfall, because of the shape of the land. It cannot flow differently, not unless the landscape changes. But if it floods and destroys a village, we don't say, it's blameless. We say, let's understand it. Let's build levees. Let's adjust the land. Let's prevent the next flood. Maybe moral responsibility is like that. Not a judgment about worth, but a response to damage. Not about condemnation, but about change. Because change is possible. Even if you didn't choose your past, you can still shape your future. And even if someone was destined to do harm, we can still guide them toward a path where that harm doesn't happen again. That's the paradox. You may not be free in the way we once thought, but you are still capable. And that capability carries weight. So tonight, as the noise of the day fades, think about the people you've blamed, the people you've hurt, the choices you've made. Ask yourself, what led to those moments? What was inherited? What was learned? What was fear or survival or habit? You may not have chosen it all, but you are here now, and with awareness comes power. Not the power to undo, but the power to understand. And in that understanding, maybe, just maybe, a gentler kind of justice can be born. Coming next, if death gives life meaning, why do we fear it so much and long to escape it? Chapter 39. The Paradox of Mortality and Meaning. You are going to die. Maybe not today, maybe not for decades, maybe not for so long that your hair will gray, your hands will soften, your face will carry the quiet lines of time. But the truth remains. One day, your story will end. And even saying that, even letting those words pass through your mind, feels like touching something cold, something ancient, something you've spent your entire life trying not to see too clearly. Death is not a comfortable thought. We push it to the corners. We cloak it in ritual, in metaphor, in soft euphemisms. We build philosophies and religions around it. We write poems that make it beautiful. We fight it with medicine, with exercise, with frozen embryos and genetic editing and dreams of immortality. We keep it at bay with distraction, with busyness, with noise. But even so, even now, it waits. And you know that. There's a part of you, quiet, alert, that always knows. And yet, here is the paradox. Though we fear death, though we try so hard to avoid its shadow, it may be the very thing that gives life its depth, its urgency, its meaning. Imagine for a moment a world without death. You are immortal. You can't age, you can't die. You wake up every day knowing that no matter what you do, time will never run out. At first, this feels like freedom. You could learn every language, visit every city, read every book, master every skill. You would have time for everything. But as the centuries pass, something strange begins to happen. The urgency fades. You stop rushing to say what matters. You delay hard conversations. You drift through relationships, knowing they'll always be there tomorrow. You lose the shape of your days, the pulse, the edge, because there is no longer a reason to hurry, no reason to cherish anything. Nothing is ever lost. And so, nothing is ever precious. This is what many thinkers have realized, again and again, across centuries. That death, the very thing we dread, is also the force that gives life its intensity. Because it ends. A flower is beautiful because it wilts. A song is moving because it ends. A kiss is unforgettable because it only happens once. And you? You are precious because you are temporary. Your time is limited. Your days are numbered. You will only walk these streets, feel this air, speak these words for so long. And that limitation creates meaning. It creates focus. It makes your choices matter. It makes your love burn brighter. It gives weight to your regrets. It makes the ordinary shimmer with quiet importance. A cup of coffee on a rainy day. A hand held in silence. A memory that returns with the smell of summer. A goodbye that still echoes in your chest. These are not small things. They are the essence of being human. They are shaped by the fact that you do not last forever. It's not easy to sit with that. Most of us don't want to. We want to live longer, to avoid pain, to stretch the narrative as far as we can. And that desire is natural. But sometimes, in chasing immortality, we forget what makes life sweet. Not its length, but its presence. Not its guarantee, but its nowness. You don't need forever to feel love. You don't need eternity to find meaning. You need only this moment, this breath, this version of you, right here, awake to what is real. Still, it hurts. Because death doesn't just mark the end of your own story. It takes others too. And that grief, that hollow ache of missing someone, is real. And it stays. You think of the people who are gone, the ones you loved, the ones you never got to say goodbye to, the ones who should still be here, and the ache rises again. Why must it be this way? Why must everything beautiful be so fragile? That question doesn't have a simple answer. But maybe the fragility is part of the beauty. Maybe the ache of loss is the echo of love. Maybe grief is the price of deep connection. And maybe that's okay, because it means you cared. It means they mattered. It means something real was shared. And nothing, not even death, can erase that. So where does that leave us? Some people try to find comfort in the idea of an afterlife, a heaven, a reincarnation, a great return to source. Others find peace in the finality, in the idea that life is a single spark, and that spark is enough. Still others aren't sure. They live with the question open. But regardless of what you believe, death is still your teacher. It reminds you to live, to say what you need to say, to hold someone a little longer, to forgive, even if it's hard, to laugh, even when the future is uncertain, to stop waiting, because now is all you're promised. And that is not a curse. That is a gift. You do not have forever. But you have this. You have time to change, time to try again, time to soften, time to build something that outlasts you, not in stone, but in love, in kindness, in the small ripples you leave behind. So tonight, let the paradox rest with you. Let it hold your hand gently. Yes, you will die. But before that, you will live. And how you live, that is up to you. Coming next, what happens when language twists back on itself and tells you it's lying? Chapter 40, The Liar Paradox. You read a sentence. It's short, deceptively simple, just a few words. This statement is false. You pause. Something about it feels clever, almost playful. A little riddle, a trick of logic. You tilt your head and read it again. But then your mind stutters. If it's false, then it's true. If it's true, then it's false. And you begin to feel the loop. It's not just confusion. It's something deeper. A kind of contradiction that doesn't resolve. A circle that doesn't close. a quiet unraveling of what you thought was solid ground. This is the liar paradox. It's ancient, older than almost any written philosophy. Versions of it appear in the work of the Stoics, in the puzzles of Epimenides, in the whispers of early logic. And despite its age, it hasn't gone away, because it touches something fundamental. It's not about numbers, or physics, or abstract speculation. It's about truth, about language, about meaning, about whether the words we use to describe reality can ever be trusted fully. At first, it just seems silly. This statement is false. That's a contradiction, clearly. It cancels itself out. But then you realize, that's the problem. You can't say it's true, because if it is, then it must be false. You can't say it's false, because then it must be true. You're trapped. And there's no escape that doesn't feel like cheating. You might try to say, well, maybe the sentence is meaningless. It doesn't refer to anything real. But it feels meaningful. You understand the words. You understand what it's trying to do. So if it's meaningless, why does it still work? Why does it still bother you? Others have tried to fix it with rules. Some say, you can't have a sentence refer to itself. They propose layers of language, so that statements about truth can only be made from the outside, never from within. But that's like building fences around thought. It avoids the problem. It doesn't answer it. Because the real question isn't whether we can trap ourselves in contradiction. It's why contradiction has such power. Why does this simple paradox twist the gears of the mind? Why does it live rent-free in the space where certainty usually sleeps? The liar paradox matters because it shows us the edges of our thinking. It reveals that truth is not always as clear-cut as we want it to be. That language, our most trusted tool for understanding the world, sometimes folds back on itself and collapses. You use language every day. You use it to express your emotions, your needs, your identity. You use it to reach out, to explain, to comfort, to teach. You use it to define what is real. But the liar paradox reminds you, language is not reality. It's a mirror, and mirrors can distort. What happens when the mirror reflects itself? What happens when language tries to speak about itself, from inside itself? That's when the loop begins. A snake eating its own tail, a thought that contains itself, a mirror staring into another mirror, forever. And you, caught in the middle, begin to wonder if the very idea of truth might be more fragile than it seems. This is not just an intellectual puzzle. It's a reflection of something deeper. How often in life do we say things we don't mean? How often do we speak truths that hide lies, or lies that hold hidden truths? How often do we contradict ourselves, believing one thing in the morning and another by night? We like to think of ourselves as consistent, logical, whole. But maybe we're more like the liar paradox than we realize. Maybe we are contradictions wrapped in flesh. Maybe we contain competing truths, hopes and fears that cancel each other out. Maybe we say one thing and feel another, and maybe that's okay. Because the paradox isn't just a problem, it's a mirror. It reflects the complexity of being human. The truth is rarely simple, and the most honest things we say are often tangled in layers of doubt. This statement is false. You could spend hours thinking about it, but maybe the real beauty is not in solving it, but in what it reveals. That truth is not always clean. That meaning is not always stable. That even the tools we use to understand ourselves can sometimes break. And in that breaking, we find something real. A softness, a surrender, a willingness to sit with the uncertainty. Because in life, you will face moments like this. Moments where nothing quite adds up, where the people you love say things that hurt, where your own thoughts pull in opposite directions, where reality slips between words, and you won't always be able to fix it. But you can be present. You can notice. You can let the contradiction breathe. You can say, I don't know. You can say both things are true. You can say, This doesn't make sense, and still, I feel it. The liar paradox is not a flaw in logic. It's a signpost. It points to the boundary where language fails, where thought loops back, where certainty dissolves. And beyond that boundary is silence. A space where truth is not spoken, but felt. A space where you stop needing answers and begin to listen. So tonight, let the paradox sit beside you. Let it whisper its quiet confusion. Let it remind you that not all questions need to be solved. Some are meant to be lived. Coming next. When does a pile of sand stop being a pile? Chapter 41. The Tristram Shandy Paradox. Imagine you decide to write your autobiography. Not later in life, not in hindsight, but now, as you live it. Every day you sit down to record the events of that very day, your thoughts, your conversations, the color of the sky, the curve of a smile, every detail as faithfully as you can. And let's say you're meticulous. So meticulous, in fact, that it takes you an entire day to write about a single day. Perfect symmetry. One lived day, one written day. It sounds manageable at first. But then, something happens. Quietly, inexorably. Each time you live a day, you fall a day behind in recording it. By the second day, you're still writing about the first. By the third, you're still on the second. And the gap grows. You are living time faster than you can document it. Now imagine doing this forever. Imagine being immortal, living infinite days, writing infinite pages. Would you ever catch up? This is the heart of the Tristram Shandy paradox. Named after the famously verbose narrator of Laurence Sterne's 18th century novel, The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy, gentleman, who begins his autobiography with such excruciating detail that he spends hundreds of pages just trying to describe his own birth. He never gets far. And in that slow unraveling, a strange and beautiful paradox emerges. Because in a finite life, Tristram's approach guarantees failure. But in an infinite life, if he lives forever and writes forever, it seems he might eventually describe everything. After all, for every lived day, he has a whole day to write about it. It feels plausible. But here's the twist. He's always falling behind. At any given moment, the number of days he's lived exceeds the number of days he's written about. Always, eternally. He never catches up. So how can infinity match infinity and still fall short? This is where things get paradoxical, because not all infinities are the same. It's a strange truth from the world of mathematics, counterintuitive but rigorously proven. You can have two infinite sets that seem equal, and yet one can be larger than the other. The set of natural numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, is infinite. But the set of even numbers, 2, 4, 6, 8, is also infinite. There are infinitely many of each. And yet, every even number maps to a natural number, 1 to 1. They are equal in size, even though one seems like a subset of the other. This kind of pairing, called a bijection, is how mathematicians compare infinities. So in the case of Tristram Shandy, if each day lived maps to a day written, and both extend forever, then yes, theoretically, he could describe every day. Eventually. But the paradox doesn't go away, because he is always behind. No matter how many days he writes, the number of unwritten days grows alongside him. At every moment in time, he's incomplete. So even though infinity promises he will someday catch up, that day never arrives. And that's what makes this paradox quietly unsettling. It shows how eternity can feel like futility, how you can do something forever and still feel unfinished. This isn't just math. It's a metaphor, because aren't we all in some way like Tristram, trying to catch up, trying to process the flood of experience, trying to put words to moments that pass too quickly to hold. You live your life one day at a time, but meaning doesn't arrive on schedule. Sometimes, understanding lags behind. You reflect on events years after they happen. You unpack memories slowly, carefully, sometimes too late. And every time you think you've figured something out, about yourself, about someone you love, about what you want, life has already moved on. You are, in a very human sense, always writing your autobiography from behind. There's something strangely comforting about that, because it means you don't have to understand everything as it happens. You can be late to your own meaning. You can live now and make sense of it later. And that's okay. But the paradox also asks a harder question. What does it mean to catch up with your life? Is it possible? Or is reflection always a step behind? Maybe that's part of the design. Maybe understanding isn't supposed to be immediate. Maybe there's a rhythm to it, a gentle delay between living and knowing, a necessary space. Because to write about something well, you must first step back, gain distance, see the shape of the thing you were too close to name. That's what Tristram teaches us, not just through his slowness, but through his persistence. He keeps writing, even as he falls further behind. Even as the task becomes impossible, he still shows up to the page. And maybe that's the real point, not to finish, but to reflect, not to catch up, but to try, to honor the passing of time by noticing it, to respond to life with language, to preserve a moment that would otherwise vanish. We do this in our own quiet ways. We journal, we tell stories, we remember. And sometimes we pause in the middle of the day, not to act, but to witness, to say, "This is happening, I am here." That might be the closest we come to catching up. Not in a final way, but in a fleeting one. A moment of presence, a breath of clarity. Tristram's paradox is often framed as comic, absurd, a satire of our need to explain ourselves. But beneath the humor there's something deeply moving, because Tristram never stops writing. And in that, there is hope. Even if we never catch up, we are still making meaning, still connecting the threads, still becoming. So tonight, let the paradox rest beside you. Let it remind you that it's okay to feel behind. That reflection takes time. That your understanding of life may arrive later. And that doesn't make it any less true. You are not a failure for not having it all figured out. You are just human. And being human means living forward and understanding backward. It means building the story of your life, even as the pages keep turning. So write when you can. Pause when you need to. And remember, even if you're a day behind, you're still part of the story. Chapter 42. The problem of the external world. You open your eyes. There is a world in front of you. You see light through a window, or maybe darkness softened by the glow of a screen. You hear sounds, the quiet ticking of a clock, the hum of distant traffic, your own breath. You feel the weight of your body against a chair or a bed. You feel the texture of the air. All of it feels real. It's not something you question. You've lived in this world your whole life. You trust it. But pause with me for a moment. How do you know it's real? How do you know, truly, deeply, beyond habit or instinct, that there is a world outside your mind? This is the problem of the external world, an ancient, persistent question that lives at the very foundation of philosophy. It's a question so basic that we usually forget to ask it. But once you do, it's hard to look away. Because all your knowledge, all your beliefs, all your experiences, they pass through your senses. What you see, what you hear, what you taste, smell, and touch. This is how the world arrives in your awareness, through the narrow channels of perception. But senses can be deceived. Think of a dream. When you dream, you see people, places, colors. You feel emotions. You believe you are somewhere, doing something. And while the dream is happening, it feels just as real as waking life. It's only when you wake that the illusion breaks. So what if you haven't woken up? What if everything you're experiencing now, the world, the people, the memories, is a kind of dream? What if your senses are being fed signals by something else, a simulation, a machine, a brain floating in a vat. You might smile at the absurdity of it, but the question remains, how would you know? How could you prove that the world you see is really there, not just consistent, not just detailed, not just believable, but real? Descartes wrestled with this in the 1600s. He imagined an evil demon, powerful and deceptive, who fed him false experiences, who made him believe the world existed when it didn't, who tricked his senses every moment of his life. How could he fight that? He couldn't. All he could do was peel everything away, every belief, every perception, and look for something he could not doubt. And he found it. I think, therefore I am. Even if he was being deceived, he still existed, as a mind, as a thinking thing. That, he said, was undeniable. Everything else was uncertain. And here's where the problem lives. You know that you exist. You know there is thinking, feeling, awareness. But beyond that, you don't know. You assume. You trust your senses. You trust the patterns. But there's always a gap between perception and truth. There's always the chance that what you see is not what is. Modern philosophers and scientists have offered different responses. Some say, trust coherence. If the world behaves consistently, if it follows rules, if other people seem to agree on what they see, then it's probably real. But probably is not certainty. Others say, don't worry about it. Live as if the world is real. Act with kindness. Seek beauty. Even if it's all an illusion, what matters is how you live within it. But even that doesn't answer the question. It just moves past it. And maybe that's okay. Because the problem of the external world isn't meant to paralyze you. It's not meant to make you suspicious of everything. It's meant to humble you. To remind you that you live inside your mind, that every color, every sound, every hug, every sunrise arrives in you through perception. You never touch the world directly. You touch the world as it appears to you. And yet, there's something beautiful in that. Because despite this distance, despite this veil of senses, you've built something rich. You've fallen in love with people you've never truly seen. You've walked through cities that exist only as patterns in your brain. You've tasted food, heard laughter, felt grief, all through a lens you didn't choose. And it still means something. Your experiences are real, even if the world that creates them is uncertain, because you are real. And what you feel, what you believe, what you hold close, that's not erased by doubt. It's deepened. Because now you realize that reality is not just out there. It's also in here, inside you, in the quiet theater of the mind. And perhaps that's what this paradox is really about. Not the existence of the world, but the wonder of your ability to receive it. Even if the world is an illusion, the illusion is astonishing, complex, moving, woven with laughter and color and gravity and love. Even if the world is a dream, it is a dream that teaches you, that shapes you. Even if nothing outside your mind exists, you still find meaning. And that is not a small thing. That is a miracle. So tonight, don't fear the doubt. Let it sit beside you. Let it remind you that your certainty is a delicate thing. Let it remind you that the world is always a little more mysterious than it seems. But also, let it comfort you. Because even if everything is uncertain, this remains. You are here. You are awake. You are thinking. You are feeling. And in this moment, in this breath, something real is happening. Whatever the world may be, it is whispering to you. And you are listening. Coming next, can logic survive when the mind begins folding into itself? Chapter 43. Gödel's Incompleteness Theorems. There is a strange kind of comfort in logic. It offers structure, rules, proof, a sense that the world can be understood, if only we think clearly enough, if only we follow the right steps. If we begin with true things and reason carefully, we can reach true conclusions. Mathematics especially feels like a world apart. crisp, clean, perfect. It doesn't care about mood or bias. It doesn't change when you're tired. The square root of 4 is 2, no matter how you feel. The angles of a triangle always add up to the same sum. There's something reassuring about that. And for centuries, mathematicians and philosophers believed that if we could just get the foundations right, then all of mathematics could be captured in a perfect system, a complete, consistent framework, a place where every true mathematical statement could be proven using the rules of logic alone. But then came Gödel. Kurt Gödel was quiet, methodical, a thinker so precise, so meticulous that he noticed what no one else had. In 1931, he published 2 theorems that shook the very foundations of mathematics and logic. Together they are called Gödel's incompleteness theorems, and they tell a simple, devastating truth. In any consistent formal system powerful enough to describe arithmetic, there are true statements that cannot be proven within that system. Let that sink in. There are truths that cannot be proven, not. No matter how long you work, no matter how carefully you follow the rules, no matter how brilliant your reasoning, some truths will remain unreachable. They exist. They are real. But the system you're working in can never show you why. And it gets deeper. Because Gödel also proved that the system itself can't prove its own consistency. If a formal system could prove that it will never produce a contradiction, then it would, paradoxically, be inconsistent. So not only can't you prove everything, you can't even prove that your system is safe. It was as if the ground beneath mathematics had cracked, not with a loud explosion, but with a quiet, unanswerable whisper. No system can fully explain itself. No structure, no matter how strong, can hold everything. There will always be something just outside, something that cannot be contained. Gödel didn't destroy mathematics, but he showed that it was not complete, not closed, not perfect in the way people had hoped. And in doing so, he gave birth to a new kind of humility. A humility born not from failure, but from recognition. That even the purest systems have limits. That even logic has boundaries. And what does that mean for us? You're not a system of logic. You're a person. You don't live in the realm of pure numbers or symbolic languages. But in a way, you are always searching for a system. You look for patterns, beliefs, frameworks that help make sense of your life. You build philosophies, consciously or unconsciously, that help you explain why things happen, what matters, what's true. You look for coherence. You want things to make sense. But maybe Gödel is whispering to you too. Maybe his theorems are not just about mathematics. Maybe they're about the human condition. Because your life too is a kind of system. You begin with assumptions, your upbringing, your culture, your values. You move forward, trying to make decisions that are consistent with what you believe. You try to be logical, reasonable, whole. But at some point, you encounter a truth that doesn't fit. Something you can feel is real but can't prove. Something that defies your system, but won't go away. A longing, a fear, a question. Something about love, or forgiveness, or beauty, or grief. And in those moments, you realize the system you've built cannot contain everything that is true. And that's okay. Because maybe life isn't meant to be complete. Maybe your mind, your language, your logic are not broken. They're just finite. And truth is not. There's a quiet beauty in that, a sense that mystery is not a flaw, but a feature. A reminder that not everything needs to be captured, that some things, perhaps the most important things, must be felt, lived, embraced, even without proof. You don't need a theorem to know love. You don't need a formal system to understand loss. You don't need logical consistency to forgive someone who doesn't deserve it. These things exist in the white space outside the system. And Gödel reminds us that there will always be white space, always something more. Some people find this terrifying. They want certainty. They want a final answer. They want to believe that if we just think hard enough, we can find the key to everything. But Gödel said no, and in that no, there is a quiet gift. He gave us permission to stop pretending that we can understand it all. To stop pretending that reason alone can carry us home. To stop pretending that the mind can close every loop. It can't. But it can still wonder. It can still reach. It can still love what it cannot grasp. So tonight, let Gödel's theorems rest beside you, not as a burden but as a kind of peace. Let them remind you that you are not broken for having questions you can't answer. You are not failing because your life doesn't make perfect sense. You are simply human, and humanity lives in the gap, in the truths that cannot be proven, in the songs that cannot be explained, in the stories that never fully resolve, and in the mystery that breathes just outside the reach of certainty. Coming next, can a single question undo the very framework of logic? Chapter 44, The Paradox of the Ticking Clock. There's a clock on the wall. You've walked past it 100 times. It's nothing special, just a simple timepiece, ticking steadily as the hours pass. But tonight, you pause in front of it. You stare, you watch. Tick, tick, tick. And suddenly you begin to wonder, what happens in between the ticks? For 1 second the hand is here. Then it's there. Then there. Each movement feels smooth, inevitable. But what about the spaces between? What happens in those invisible intervals? Is time a flowing river? Or is it more like a series of still frames, flickering by like the pages of a flipbook? This is the quiet question hiding inside the paradox of the ticking clock, a modern echo of Zeno's S-arrow paradox. It begins with a simple observation. Zeno, a Greek philosopher living 2,500 years ago, posed a riddle. If an arrow is flying through the air, and at every single instant of its flight, it occupies one specific position, then at no single instant is it moving. Because movement, he reasoned, requires change. But a moment in time is static, frozen, a snapshot. So if you look at just one moment, the arrow is not moving. And if you stack enough of those unmoving moments together, how can motion ever arise? It shouldn't make sense, but it does. And yet, here we are, surrounded by motion. Movement defines life. Clocks tick, hearts beat, stars spin, rivers flow. And still, Zeno's question lingers in the background. Is movement an illusion? Or is our concept of time just incomplete? You see, Zeno wasn't trying to say arrows don't fly. He was trying to show that our understanding of time and change is slippery, that what feels obvious may, under scrutiny, fall apart. In modern terms, think about a video. What looks like motion is actually a rapid series of still frames, 24 or 30 or 60 per second. Played fast enough, your brain fills in the gaps. You see motion where none exists. So, is reality like that? Are we living in a cosmic film strip? A universe built from discrete moments, each flickering by like the tick of a clock? And if so, what holds them together? What gives us the feeling of flow? Some philosophers suggest that time isn't continuous at all, that it comes in quanta, tiny, indivisible units, like pixels of duration. That in between those ticks, there is nothing. No movement, no experience. Just the illusion of continuity. Others say time is smooth, like a line, infinite, unbroken, a thing that flows whether we notice it or not. But no one knows for sure, because you can't observe time directly. You can only experience its effects, change, motion, decay. You can only measure it by what it leaves behind, the wear of age, the growth of trees, the ticking of clocks. And this is the paradox. Time feels real. Motion feels constant. But when we zoom in, the world seems still, like Zeno's arrow, caught in mid-flight, frozen in every instant, but somehow always in motion. You are like that too. Your life is a sequence of moments, days, decisions, thoughts. You remember the past, you imagine the future, but you can never leave the present. And yet, The present never stays. By the time you notice a moment, it's already gone. Try to catch it. Try to say, "This is now," and even as you speak, it slips away. You never really live in now. You live in a constant arrival of what's next. And still, you move, you change, you grow. You're not the same person you were a year ago, or a week ago, or even a breath ago. Somehow, from all those static moments, a life emerges. That's the miracle of consciousness. You take stillness and create rhythm. You take snapshots and weave them into story. You take one step, then another, and call it a path. But Zeno's paradox still sits in the back of your mind, asking, if everything is always in one place at one time, how does it ever move? Mathematicians resolved part of Zeno's riddle using calculus. They showed that infinite subdivisions of space and time can still add up to finite values. That an arrow's path, sliced into infinite parts, still makes a full journey. But the emotional truth, the philosophical heart of the paradox, remains. Because even if we solve the math, we still haven't explained the feeling of time. That strange sensation of being carried forward, not by choice, but by something deeper, like a current beneath your feet. And here is where the ticking clock becomes a symbol, not of hours, but of existence. Every tick is a reminder that time is not just passing, it's being spent. That your life is a collection of instants, each gone the moment it arrives, and that paradoxically, this impermanence is what makes it beautiful. The clock ticks, not to threaten you, but to wake you up, to say, this moment matters, this breath, this heartbeat, to remind you that you are not a statue, but a story, that even if each instant is frozen, your soul still moves. And maybe that's the resolution. Maybe motion isn't in the frames, it's in the awareness between them. The way you feel yourself changing, the way you hold a memory, or a hope, or a goodbye. Because even if time is a sequence of stillness, your heart is always in motion. So tonight, let the paradox rest beside you. Let the ticking clock be your companion, not your enemy. Let it remind you that you are a being made of moments, and that every one of them is worth noticing. Because motion isn't something you chase, it's something you already are. A living, breathing answer to Zeno's ancient question. Chapter 45. The Butterfly Effect. You've heard the story. A butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil, and weeks later, a tornado touches down in Texas. It sounds like a metaphor, a poetic exaggeration. But it isn't. It's a real idea, born in the heart of chaos theory. A strange and beautiful branch of mathematics that studies what happens when systems are incredibly sensitive to their beginnings. The phrase comes from a paper by meteorologist Edward Lorenz. He wasn't trying to be poetic. He was trying to predict the weather. In the 1960s, Lorenz created a mathematical model to simulate weather patterns. He ran the numbers, observed the patterns, adjusted the inputs. But one day he tried something small. He restarted the simulation. But instead of entering the full decimal value for one of the variables, he rounded it off ever so slightly. The difference was microscopic. But when he ran the model, the result was completely different. Not just a little different, radically, unpredictably different. That small change in the beginning had rippled forward, amplifying itself over time, until the whole system was altered. And just like that, a profound idea was born. In complex systems, tiny differences in initial conditions can lead to vastly different outcomes. This is the butterfly effect. It's not about insects or weather, really. It's about sensitivity, about unpredictability, about the fragility of cause and effect. You might imagine life as a neat line, each moment leading cleanly into the next. But chaos theory says, no. Life is more like a turbulent stream. One nudge, one shift, one breath, and the future changes forever. Think about your own life. Can you trace it back to a moment that seemed small, but changed everything? A conversation you almost didn't have, a train you nearly missed, a stranger who smiled at just the right time, an idea that landed in your mind one morning and never left. What if you had turned left instead of right? What if you hadn't picked up the phone? What if you had said yes? Would your life be recognizable now? Maybe not, because the butterfly effect isn't just about storms. It's about you. It's about the way your story can shift, not through dramatic moments, but through the smallest turns. And that's both awe-inspiring and terrifying, because it means the world is more sensitive than you thought. It means control is a little bit of an illusion. It means that certainty, predictability, is limited. We want to believe we can forecast the future, that if we work hard, make good choices, stay focused, we can shape the outcome. And to a degree, we can. But there's always something else. A layer of unpredictability that hums beneath everything. A random encounter, a sudden illness, a missed email, a glance that turns into a connection that becomes a life. You can't predict those things. You can't control them. But they shape you just the same. And yet, maybe that's not a reason to fear. Maybe it's a reason to marvel. Because if small things can have such enormous effects, then every moment matters. Not just the milestones, not just the turning points, but the tiny decisions, the kindness you almost didn't show, the apology you gave, even though it hurt, the note you left, the silence you held, the way you sat with someone in their pain without trying to fix it. These moments might not look like much, but they could be changing someone's life. Yours, theirs, both. You'll never know. And that's the wonder, because the butterfly effect reminds you that your life is not a fixed machine. It's a living, breathing system, a tapestry of causes and effects, intertwined, overlapping, often invisible. It means you matter in ways you'll never understand. It means the love you show today could echo for decades. It means that even your smallest actions carry weight. And that's powerful. But here's the paradox. If everything can be changed by anything, how do you ever know what's real? How do you know which part of your life came from your choices and which came from chance? You don't, and you can't. But maybe the point isn't to control the future. Maybe the point is to live well within the chaos, to make choices, not because you know what they all lead to, but because they feel right in the moment, to plant seeds you may never see grow, to trust that something beautiful can emerge from the most unlikely beginnings, and to forgive yourself for not seeing how much everything would change, because you couldn't have known. None of us can. The butterfly effect also invites a kind of compassion, because if someone's life can spiral from something tiny, then maybe we shouldn't be so quick to judge. Maybe their anger, their fear, their mistakes started somewhere small. Maybe it wasn't a decision. Maybe it was a ripple. And maybe your understanding, your gentleness, could begin a different kind of chain reaction, a healing one. So tonight, as you drift into sleep, think of the butterfly, tiny, quiet, fragile, and yet capable of setting great forces in motion. You are like that too. Your life is made of wings you don't even know you're flapping, and the air around you is always listening. Coming next, if time can bend, loop, and slow, what does it really mean to say that something happened? Chapter 46, The Paradox of Time. Time is the one thing you never stop moving through. It's always there, slipping beneath your feet, ticking in the background, shaping your days and your dreams. You plan around it, you chase it, you waste it, you run out of it, and sometimes you beg it to slow down. But have you ever stopped to ask what time really is? You can measure it, count it in seconds, minutes, hours. You wear it on your wrist, see it glowing from the corner of your screen. You watch it stretch across calendars, scheduling your life into neat boxes. But when you try to touch time, to grasp it directly, it vanishes. You can't hold a moment. You can't revisit one. The past is memory. The future is possibility. All you ever truly have is now, and even now is gone before you can point to it. And here is where the paradox begins. Because time feels so familiar, so linear, so reliable. But physics says, not so fast. Time, it turns out, is stranger than you've ever imagined. Albert Einstein changed everything when he showed that time isn't a universal constant. It bends, it stretches, it warps. Time, he said, is not separate from space. It's woven into it. A four-dimensional fabric, space-time. And when massive objects like stars or planets move through it, they distort it, like a bowling ball placed on a trampoline. This distortion is gravity. And gravity doesn't just pull on objects, it pulls on time itself. That's why time moves more slowly near a black hole. That's why astronauts in orbit age just a tiny bit slower than people on Earth. It's not science fiction, it's been measured, confirmed. The clocks tick differently, depending on where they are. That alone is enough to make you pause, because it means that time is not absolute. It's relative, to position, to speed, to gravity. And that cracks open a deeper question. If time can move faster or slower, then what is it really? Your experience of time is linear. You wake, you rise, you live a day, you sleep. One moment follows another like links in a chain. You remember the past. You anticipate the future. And everything in between feels like a flow. But physics says that flow might be an illusion. The laws that govern particles, the equations of quantum mechanics, don't require time to flow. They work the same forward and backward. There's no preferred direction. And yet in your life, time always moves forward. Why? Physicists call this the arrow of time, and it points in one direction, from order to disorder, from simplicity to complexity, from cold to heat. This is entropy. Entropy increases. Always. That's the one rule time seems to obey. It's why you remember yesterday but not tomorrow. It's why a glass shatters but doesn't unshatter. It's why we grow older, not younger. Entropy gives time its direction. But what if entropy reversed? What if the universe began contracting instead of expanding? What if time, as we know it, began to loop? Would the past become the future? Would your memories run in reverse? Would everything you are start to dissolve into what you once were? These aren't just questions for philosophers. These are real scientific possibilities hiding in the equations of cosmology, and they lead to a staggering realization. Time might not be what we think it is. It might not be fundamental. It might be emergent. Some physicists believe that time isn't a basic feature of the universe, like mass or charge, but a kind of illusion that arises from more fundamental relationships. That at the deepest level of reality, there is no clock ticking, no now, no before, no after, just a vast interconnected web of states, patterns of energy and information. And what we call time is simply the way one state relates to another. In other words, time might be a story your brain tells to make sense of change, a scaffolding you build, moment by moment, to understand the unfolding of experience. But if time isn't real, then what are you? You think of yourself as a continuous being, a single self moving through time shaped by memory and choice. But without time, there is no movement, no becoming, no future. Just a collection of moments. Static, silent, eternal, like pages in a book. The story only moves because you read it, because your mind creates the flow, because you believe in now. This is the paradox. You cannot live without time. And yet, time might not live without you. And still, despite everything science says, time feels real. You feel the weight of it. You feel the rush of deadlines, the ache of nostalgia, the fear of wasting it, the comfort of routines, the quiet panic of watching your children grow faster than you expected. These are not illusions. These are human truths. So maybe both things are true. Maybe time is an illusion, and also the most real thing you'll ever know. Maybe it doesn't flow, but it moves us. Maybe it doesn't exist fundamentally, but it defines everything we care about. So tonight, sit with time. Not as a tyrant, not as a threat, but as a companion. It has walked with you since your first breath. It has shaped your wounds, your joys, your regrets. It has given you everything, then taken it all back. But still, you are here. Still, you are inside the moment. And if time is a mystery, you are part of it. A flash of awareness, a ripple in a cosmic sequence, a being who watches the seconds pass and feels them deeply. So let the paradox rest with you. Time is not what you think. But that doesn't make it less sacred. It makes it even more so. Coming next, the final mystery, the one experiencing all others. Chapter 47, The Paradox of Consciousness. Close your eyes. There's no light behind your eyelids, no sound in the room. The world falls away. But something remains. A presence, not outside you, but within you. A quiet watcher, a field of awareness in which thoughts come and go like birds across a sky. That presence is consciousness, and somehow, it is the most familiar thing in the universe and the most mysterious. You've never known a moment without it. It is the medium of every experience you've ever had, every sight, every taste, every memory, every pain and every joy, filtered through the lens of awareness. You don't just exist, you know you exist. You feel, you reflect, you ask questions like this one, and yet, no one can explain how. This is the paradox of consciousness, that the very thing most central to your being, the thing that makes you you, is also the thing science and philosophy understand the least. You can study the brain, map its networks, trace the flow of electrical impulses, the dance of neurotransmitters. You can see how sensory input enters, how it's processed, how decisions are made. But where in all of that is the feeling of being alive? Where is the warmth of love? The color red? The ache of longing? You can describe the physical mechanisms behind emotion. You can name the chemicals involved in desire or fear. But none of those things are the feeling itself. There is something it is like to be you. That's what makes consciousness different from everything else. A rock does not know it is a rock. A chair does not suffer. A molecule does not reflect on its past. But you are aware of yourself. And somehow, that awareness emerges from matter, from a collection of cells and tissues and firing neurons. At least, that's what we assume. But here's the paradox. How does matter become mind? How does a brain, a lump of organic tissue weighing just a few pounds, generate thoughts, dreams, feelings, memories? How do atoms, arranged in the right way, become alive from the inside? This is what philosopher David Chalmers called the hard problem of consciousness. We can understand the mechanics, the easy problems, as he called them. But the subjective experience remains elusive. You can't observe consciousness directly. You can't dissect it. You can't see someone's pain or their joy or their memories, only the shadows they cast on behavior and brain scans. Consciousness is first person, private, interior. And so we are left wondering, is it an illusion? A byproduct of evolution? A fundamental feature of the universe? Some scientists say consciousness is nothing more than the brain processing information, a useful narrative, a side effect. But that feels like missing the point, because even if consciousness is a byproduct, it's the only thing you know for sure exists. You can doubt everything else. You can question whether the world is real, whether time exists, whether your memories are true, but you can't doubt that you are aware. Even the doubt itself is a form of awareness. That's what makes consciousness the foundation of experience, and that's what makes its mystery so profound. Some philosophers argue that consciousness might be fundamental, that just as space and time and mass are woven into the fabric of the universe, so is awareness. That every particle, every system, carries a tiny flicker of sentience, a whisper of experience. It sounds strange, but perhaps that strangeness is just our own limitation. After all, You only know what it's like to be you. You can never know what it's like to be a bat or a tree or a stone. So who's to say what is conscious and what is not? Who's to say where the line is drawn? The paradox deepens, because consciousness is both incredibly personal and perhaps strangely universal. You are locked inside your own awareness. You'll never feel someone else's thoughts directly. You'll never truly enter their mind. And yet, we spend our lives trying. We love, we write, we build bridges made of language and art and silence, all attempts to share the contents of our own minds, to be seen, to be known. That's the paradox too, that we are each an island, and yet we long to connect. And somehow, sometimes, we do. A glance, a song, a story, a shared breath. Two consciousnesses briefly aligned, a miracle, hidden in plain sight. And still, the question lingers. Where does it begin? When does a cluster of cells become aware? When does a machine, perhaps someday, cross the threshold into feeling? Can it? Or is there something unique, something sacred about organic life? We don't know, and maybe we never will, because consciousness might not be something we can fully explain from the outside. It might only be something we can be. A mystery not to be solved, but inhabited, lived. So tonight, as your thoughts begin to slow, turn inward, not to the noise of your mind, but to the awareness behind it. The space where thoughts rise and fall, where sensations flicker like candlelight, where memory and imagination weave together. This is your true home, not your body, not your name, but your presence, your silent watching self, the one who listens to these words, the one who dreams behind your eyes, the one who has been with you every moment of your life. And perhaps that's the real gift of the paradox. Not that we must solve it, but that we can marvel at it. That in a universe of atoms and stars and galaxies, there is also this, a quiet flame of awareness, a self shimmering behind the veil of thought, a mystery that knows it is a mystery. You.